This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ipesa, A Game of Thrones. Book of A Song of Ice and Fire, George R.R. Martin.
Ready to protect and defend the king, unless suppose the king had. Joseph Sir Raymond, Dari said to a plump, badly man in a brave apparel. Tell the aunt what happened at Sherman. Joe's nothing, if it please His Grace. His Grace is hunting across the black water. Ned said, wondering how a man could live his whole life a few days ride from the Red Keep and still have no notion what his king looked like. Ned was clad in a white-lined doublet with the dire wolves of Stark on the breast. His black wool claw was fastened at the collar by his silver hand of office. Black and white and grey, all the shades of truth. I am Lord Eddard Stark, the king's aunt. Tell me who you are and what you know of this rider. I keep an Alohas Emlord in Shara by the Storm Bridge, the finest outside of the neck. Everyone said so, begging your pardon, Emlord. It gone now, like all the rest, Emlord. They come and drag their feet and spill the rest before they fire my roof, and they would have spilled my blood too, if they did cut me, Emlord. They burn horse heart. A farmer beside him said, come riding in the dark, up from the south, and fire the field and the houses alike. Killing them has tried to stop them. They were not to ride us, though Emlord, they had no mind to steal our stock. Not this, they pushed my meat cow, where she stood and left her for the flies and the cows. They wrote down my apprentice boy, said, a squank man with a smith muscle and a bandage around his head. He had put on his finest cloth to come to court, but his breeches were patched, his cloth traveled stained and dusty. Chasing back and forth across the field on their horses, poking at him with their lance like it was a game. Then laughing and the boy stumbling and screaming till the big one pierced him clean through. The girl on her knees, crammed her head up at Ned. I above her on the throne. They killed my mother, too, your grace, and her voice trailed off, as if she had forgotten what she was about to say. She began to sob. Sir Raymond Dari took up the tale. As Vendish town, the people sought shelter in their holdfast, but the walls were timbered. The rider piled straw against the wood and burned them all alive. When the Wendish folks opened their gates to flee the fires, they shot them down with arrows as they came running out, even women with suckling babes. Oh, dreadful, murmured Varys. How cruel can men be? They would have done the same for us. But the sheriff held fast, made of stone. Joe said, some wanted to smoke us out, but the big one said there was reaper fruit upriver, and they made for the moment fought. Ned could feel cold steel against his finger as he leaned forward. Between each finger was a blade, the point of twisted sword, fanning out like talons from arms of the throne. Even after 3 centuries, some were still sharp enough to cut. The Iron Throne was full of traps for the unwary. The song said it had taken 1,000 blades to make it. Heated white hot in the furnace bread of Valerian, the Black Dread. The hammering had taken 59 days. The end of it was this huge black beast made of razor edge and bard and ribbons of sharp metal. A share that could kill a man, and hard if the stories could be believed. What Eddard Stark was doing sitting there he would never comprehend. Yet there he sat, and these people looked to him for justice. What proof do you have that this ye Lannister? He asked, trying to keep his fury under control. Did they wear Crane's claw or fly a lion banner? Even Lannister are not so blind, stupid as that. Sir Mark Piper snapped. He was a swaggering baton roaster of a youth, too young and too hot-blooded for Ned's taste. though a fast friend of Catholic brother, Edmund Tully, every man among them was mounted and mailed. My lord, Sir Caleb answered calmly. They were armed with steel-tipped lance and long sword, with battle axe for the bushry. He gestured toward one of the raised survivors. You? Yes, you. No one is going to hurt you. Tell the aunt what you told me. The old man bobbed his head concerning their horses. He said, it were war horses. They rode. Many a year I worked in old Sir William's stable, so I know the difference. Not a one of these ever pulled a plough. Gods, bear witness if I am wrong. Well-mounted brigades, observed Littlefinger. Perhaps they stole the horses from the last place they raided. Then, how many men were there in this raiding party? Ned asked. 100 at the least. Josh answered. In the same instant as the bandage Smith said, 50, and the grandmother behind him, honored and honored Emlyn. An army they was. You are more right than you know. Good woman, Lord Eddard told her. You say they flew no banner. What of the armor they wore? Did any of you note ornament or decoration, device or shield or helm? The brewers, Joe shook his head. It grieved me, Emlyn, but no. The armor they showed us was plain, holy. The one who led them, he was armored like the rest, but there was no mistaking him all the same. It was the size of him, Emlyn. Those, as they say, the giants are all dead. Never saw this one. I swear, big as an horse he was, and a voice like stone breaking. The mountains are marked, said loudly. Can any man doubt it? This was Gregor Cleggan walks, Ned Edmonton from beneath the windows and the far end of the hall. Even in the galley, Nemo's whisper were exchanged. High lord and small folks alike knew what it was meant if Sir Mark was proved right. Sir Gregor Klinger stood bannerman to Lord Tywin Lannister. He studied the frightened face of the villager. Small wonder they had been so fearful. They had thought they were being strange yet to name Lord Tywin a red-handed butcher before a king who was his son by marriage. He wondered if the knight had given them a choice. Grandmaster Percy rose ponderously from the council's table, his chain of office clinging. Sir Mark, with respect, you cannot know that this outlaw was Sir Gregor. There are many large men in the realm, as large as the mountain. That rider, Sir Carey, said, I have never met one, none as any man here. Sir Raymond added only, even his brother is a pump beside him. My lord, open your eyes. Do you need to see his seal on the corpse? It was Gregor. Why should Sir Gregor turn brigand? Percy asked. By the grace of his liege lord, he owed a spark, keep and lance of his own. The man is anointed knight, a first knight. Sir Mark said, Lord Tywin mad dog. My lord hand, Percy declared in a still voice, I urge you to remind this good knight that Lord Tywin Lannister is the father of our own gracious queen. Thank you, Grandmaster Percy, Ned said. I fear we might have forgotten that if you had not pointed it out from his vantage point atop the throne, he could see men sleeping at the door, at the far end of the hall, heads going to ground, is supposed, or wraps off to nibble the queen's cheese. He caught a glimpse of Scepter, modern in the gallery, with his daughter Sansa beside her. Ned felt a flash of anger. This was no place for a girl, but the Scepter could not have known that today. Court would be anything but the usual tedious business of hearing petition, settling disputes between rivals, holdfast, and adjudicating the placement of boundary stones. At the council table below, Petty Bellish lost interest in his queen and leaned forward. Sir Mark, Sir Carey, Sir Raymond, perhaps I might ask you a question. These holdfasts were under your protection. Where were you when all this laughter and bonding was going on? Sir Carey Vass answered, I was attending my Lord Father in the past below the golden tooth, as was Sir Mark. When the word of this outrage reached Sir Edmund Tully, he sent word that we should take a small force of men to find what survivor we could and bring the king. Sir Raymond Darry spoke up. Sir Edmund had summoned me to ride to Rivron. With all my strength, I was camped across the river from his wall, awaiting his command when the word reached me. By the time I could return to my own land, Clegane and his vermin were back across the Red Fork, riding for Lannister Hill. Littlefinger stroked the point of his bear thoughtfully. And if they come again, sir, if they come again, we will use their blood to water the field, the bone. Sir Mark piped the glare hotly. Sir Edmund had sent men to every village and hold fast within a day ride of the border. Sir Karen explained, the next rider will not have such as easy time of it, and that may be precisely what Lord Tywin wants. Ned thought to himself, to bleed up strength from Rivron, goads the boy into scattering his sword. His wife's brother was young and more gallant than wise. He would try to hold every inch of his sword to defend every man, woman, and child who named him Lord, and Tywin Lannister was shrewd enough to know that if your field and holdfast are safe from harm, Lord Petty was saying, what then do you ask of the throne? The Lord of the Trident, keep the king's pace. Sir Raymond Darry said, the Lannister has broken it. We all ask leave, answer them, steal for steal. We ask just for the small folks of Shireen and Vendish Town and the Mammoth Fort. Edmund agrees we must pay Gregor Clegane back his bloody coin. Sir Mark declares, what would Lord Ulster command us to come here and beg the king's leave before strike? Thank the gods for old Lord Ulster. Then Tywin Lannister was as much folks as lion. If indeed he did send Sir Gregor to burn and pillage, and Ned did not doubt that he had taken care to see that he rode under cover of night, without banners, in the guise of a common brigand. Should Rivron strike back, Sansa and her father would insist that it had been the Tully who broke the king's peace, not the Lannister. The gods only knew what Robert would believe. Grandmaster Percy was on his feet again. My lord, and if these good folks believe that Sir Gregor has forsaken his only vow for plunder and rape, let them go to his liege lord and make their complaint. These crimes are no concern of the throne. Let them seek Lord Tywin justice. It is all the king's justice, Ned told him. North, south, east, or west, all we do in Robert Lane. The King Justice, Grandmaster Percy said, so it is, and so we should defer this matter unto the king. The king is hunting across the river and may not return for days. Lord Eddard Stark, Robert bid me to sit here in his place, to listen with his ears and to speak with his voice. I mean to do just that, though I agree that he must be told. He saw a familiar face beneath the tapestry. Sir Robert Roy stepped forward and bowed. My lord, your father is hunting with the king. Ned said, will you bring them words of what was said and done here today? At once, my lord. Do we have your leave to take our vengeance against Sir Gregor? Then Mark Piper asked, the throne. Vengeance, Ned said. I thought we were speaking of justice. Burning Clegane Field and slaughtering his people will not restore the king's peace. Only your injured pride. He glanced away before the young knight could voice his outraged protest and address the villager. People of Shara, I cannot give you back your homes or your crops, nor can I restore your dead to life. But perhaps I can give you some small measures of justice. In the name of our king, Robert, every eye in the hall was fixed on him. Waiting slowly, Ned struggled to his feet, pushing himself up from the throne with the strength of his arm, his shattered legs screaming inside his cast. He did his best to ignore the pain. It was no moment to let them see his weakness. The first men believed that the judge who called for death should wave the sword, and in the north we owed to that. Still, I mislike sending another to do my killing, yet it seems I have no choice. He gestured at his broken leg. Lord Edda, the shaft came from the west side of the hall as a handsome striking of a boy strode forth boldly. Out of his armor, Sir Lawrence Tyrus looked even younger than his 16 years. He wore pale blue silk, his belt a link chain of golden growth. The siege of his house, I beg you the honor of acting in your place. Give this task to me, my lord, and I swear I shall not fail you. Littlefinger shuffled. Sir Lawrence, if we send you off alone, Sir Gregor will send us back your head with a plum stuffed in the free mat of yours. The mountain is not the sort to bend his neck to any man, justice. I do not fear Gregor Cleggan. Sir Lawrence said heartily. Ned eased himself slowly back onto the hard iron seat of Aegon, misshapen throne. His eyes searched the face along the wall. Lord Barris, he called out, Taurus of mine, Sir Gladden, Lord Lothar, the men named stepped forward one by one. Each of you is to assemble 20 men to bring my word to Gregor's skill. 20 of my own guard shall go with you. Lord Barris, to Darius, you shall have the command as befits your rank. The young lord with the red gold head bowed as you command. Lord Edda Ned raised his voice so it carries to the far end of the throne room. In the name of Robert of the House of Baratheon, the first of his name, King of the Addans and the Ronans, and the first man, Lord of the Seven Kingdom and the Protector of the Red, by the word of Edda of the House Stark, Izan, I charge you to ride to the west now, with all haste, to cross the red forks of the Trident under the king's flag, and there brings the king's justice to the first knight, Gregor Cleggan, and to all those who share in his crime. I denounce him, and attend him, and strip him of all rank and titles, of all land and incomes and holdings, and to sentence him to death. May the gods take pity on his soul. When the echoes of his word have died away, the night of flowers seems pathless. Lord Edda want of me. Ned looked down on him from on high. Lawrence Tyrus seems almost as young as Rob. No one doubts your valor, Sir Lawrence, but we are about justice here, and what you seek is vengeance. He looked back to Lord Barris, right at first light. These things are best done quickly. He held up a hand. The throne will hear no more petition today. Aliman Potter climbed the iron step to help him back down. As they made their descent, he could feel Lawrence Tyrus' solemn stare, but the boy had stuck away before Ned reached the floor of the throne room. At the base of the iron throne, Barry was gathering papers from the council table. Littlefinger and Grandmaster Percy had already taken their leave. You are a bolder man than I, my lord. The eunuch said softly, How so, Lord Varys? Ned asked brusquely. His leg was troubled, and he was in no mood for words again. Had it been me up there, I should have sent Sir Lawrence. He so wanted to look, and a man who has the Lannister for his enemy. Not just to discuss, not subject to discuss. Go, Sansa started away with her head up. She was to be the queen, and queen did not cry, at least not where people could see. When she reached her bedchamber, she barred the door and took off her dress. The blood orange eye had left a blush red stain on the sink. I hit her, she screamed. She bagged off the dress and plugged it into the cold air out, on top of the ashes of last night's fire. When she saw that the stain had bled through onto her underskirt, she began to sob despite herself. She ripped off the rest of her cloth, widely threw herself into the bed, and cried herself back to sleep. It was midday when Septa Mother knocked upon her door. Sansa, your lord father will see you now. Sansa sat up. Lady, she whispered. For a moment it was as if the direwolf was there in the room, looking at her with those golden eyes. Sad and knowing she had been dreaming, she realized Lady was with her, and they were running together and trying to remember was like trying to catch the rain. with her fingers. The dream faded, and lady was dead. Sansa, the rat, came again. Sharply, do you hear me? Yes, Septa, she called out. Might I have a moment to dress, please? Her eyes were red from crying, but she did her best to make herself beautiful. Lord Edda was bent over a huge leather-bound book when Septa mother marched her into the solar. His plaster-wrapped legs still beneath the table. Come here, Sansa, he said, not unkindly, when the Septa had gone for her sister. Sit beside me. He closed the book. Septa mother returned with Arya squirming in her grasp. Sansa put on a lovely pale green damask gown and a look of remorse, but her sister was still wearing the ratty leather and rough sport she won at breakfast. Yes, the other one. The Septa announced, my thanks, Septa mother. I will talk to my daughters alone, if you would be so kind. The Septa bowed and left. Arya started it. Sansa said quickly, anxious to have the first word. She called me a liar and threw an orange at me and spoiled my dress. The ivory said the one Queen Cessa gave me when I was betrothed to Prince Joffrey. She ate that. I am going to marry him. Prince. She tried to spoil everything. Father, she cannot stand for anything so to be beautiful or nice or splendid. Enough, Sansa. Lord Edda's voice was sharp with impatience. Arya raised her eyes. I am sorry, Father. I was wrong. I beg my sweet sister. Forgive me. Sansa was so startled for a moment. She was speechless. Finally, she found her voice. What about my dress? Maybe I could wash it. Arya said thoughtfully. Washing was not do any good. Sansa said, not if you scrub all day and all night. The sink is ruined. Then I will make you a new one. Arya said. Sansa threw back her head in disdain. You could not sew a dress fit to clean the pigsty. The father sighed. I did not call you here to talk of dresses. I am sending you both back to Winterfell. For the second time, Sansa found herself too strong. For what? She felt her eyes ground moist against. You cannot, Arya said. Please, Father, Sansa, manage at last. Please don't. Edda Stark favored his daughter with a tired smile. At last, we have found something you agreed on. I did not do anything wrong, Sansa pleaded with him. I do not want to go back. She loved Mag's Landing, the pageantry of the court, the high lords and ladies in their velvet and silk and gay stones, the great city with all its people. The tournament had been the most magical time of her whole life, and there was so much she had not seen. Yet, Harvest Feast had masked barks and murmured shows. She could not bear the thought of losing it all. Send Arya away, the starter. Father, I swear it. I will be good. You will see. Just let me stay and promise to be as fine, as noble and courteous as the queen. Father's mouth twisted stridently. Sansa, I am not sending you away for fighting. Though the gods know I am sick of you, too squabbling. I want you back in Winterfell for your own safety. 3 of my men were cut down like dogs not a league from bear receipt. And what does Robert do? He goes on till Arya was chewing at her lips in that disgusting way she had. Can we take Syro back with us? Who cares about your stupid dancing master? Sansa fled. Father, I only just now. Remember, I cannot go away. I am to marry Prince Joffrey. She tried to smile briefly for him. I love him, Father. I truly, truly do. I love him as much as Queen Nari loved Prince Aemon, the Dragon's Knight. As much as Jaqen loves Sir Florian. I want to be his queen and have his babies. Sweet one, her father said gently, listen to me. When you are old enough, I will make you a match with a high love who's worthy of you. Someone brave and gentle and strong. This match with Joffrey was a terrible mistake. That boy is no Prince Aemon. You must believe he Sansa instead. I don't want someone brave and gentle. I want him. You will be ever so happy, just like in the songs. You will see. I will give him a son with golden hair, and one day he will be the king of all the realm. the greatest king that ever was, as brave as the wolf and as proud as the lion. Arya made a face, not if Joffrey, his father, she said, is a liar and a crave, and anyone is a star, not a lion. Sansa felt tears in her heart. Is not the least bit like that, or old drunken king. She screamed at her sister, forgetting herself in her grief. Father looked at her strangely. God, he swore softly. Out of the mouth of babes, he shooted for Septa Mother. To the girls, he said, I am looking for a fast trading galley to take you home. This day, the sea is safer than the King's Road. You will sail as soon as I can find a proper ship with Septa Mother and a complement of guard. And yes, with Sire of Forest, if he agrees to enter my service. But say nothing of this. It is better if no one knows of our plan. We will talk again tomorrow. Sansa cried and Septa Mother marched them down the stairs. They were going to take it all away. The tournament and the court and her friends, everything. They were going to send her back to the bleak grey walls, take it all away of Winterfell and look her up forever. Her life was over before it had begun. Stop that weeping, child. Septa Mother said, Kenny, I am certain your Lord Father knows what is best for you. It would not be so bad. Sasa, Arya said, we are going to sail on a galley. It will be an adventure, and then we will be with Bran and Robb again, and Odna and the Oda and the rest. She touched her on the arm. Oda, Sansa, you ought to marry Oda. You just like him, stupid and airy and ugly. She stretched away from her sister's hand, stormed into her bedchamber, and barred the door behind her. Next, Eddard pains a gift from the gods. Lord Eddard, Grandmaster Percy, told him, it means the bone is nicking, the flesh killing himself. Be thankful, I will be thankful when my legs stop trouble. Percy set a stopper flash on the table by the bed. The milk of the puppy fell, for when the pain grows too onerous. I sleep too much already. Sleep is the great healer. I had hoped that was you. Percy smiled wantonly. It is good to see you in such a fierce humor, my lord. He leaned close and lowered his voice. There was a raven this morning, a letter from the queen from our Lord Father. I thought you had best know. Dark wings, dark world, Ned said grimly. What of it? Lord Tywin is greatly wroth about the men you sent after the Gregor, clearly. The master confided. I fear he will be. You will recall I said as much in council. Let him be wroth. Ned said every time his men troubled, he remembered General Lannister's man and Jory dead in his hand. Let him write all the letters to the Queen he likes, but there is right beneath the king's own banner. If Lord Tywin attempts to interfere with the king's justice, he will have Robert to answer to. The only thing his grace enjoys more than hunting is making war on lords who defy him. Percy pulled back, his master shamed Jacob. As you say, I shall visit again on the morrow. The old man horrifically gathered up his things and took his leave. Ned had little doubt that he was born straight for the royal apartment to whisper at the queen, I thought you had best known indeed, as if Cersei had not instructed him to pass along her father's street. He hoped his response rattled those perfect teeth of hers. Ned was not near as confident of Robert as he pretended, but there was no reason Cersei made know that. When Percy was gone, Ned coughed a cup of honey wine. That clouded the mind as well, yet not as badly. He needed to be able to think. 1,000 times he asked himself what Joe Harry might have done. Had he lived long enough to act on what he did learn? Or perhaps he had attacked and died for it. It was queer, and sometimes a child's innocent eyes can see things that grown men are blind to. Someday when Sansa was grown, he would have to tell her how she had made it all come clear for him. He is not.
This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ipesa, A Game of Thrones. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ipesa, A Game of Thrones. Book of A Song of Ice and Fire, George R.R. Martin.
The least bit like that old drunkard king. She had declared angry and unknowing, and the simple truth of it had twisted inside him. Cold as death, this was the sword that killed Joe. Harry, Ned taught them, and it will kill Robert as well. A slower death but full as certain. Shelter legs may heal in time, but some betrayers plaster and poison your soul. Littlefinger came calling on hours after the Grand Master had left, clad in a plum color doublet with a mocking bed embroidered on the breast in black thread, and a striped claw of black and white. I cannot visit long, my lord. He announced, Lady Tyler expects me to lunch with her. No doubt, she will roast me a fatted calf if it's near as fattened as her daughter. I am like a rapture at that. And yet, how is your leg? Inflamed and pain with an itch that is driving me bad. Littlefinger lifted an eyebrow. In future, try not to let any horses fall on it. I would urge you to heal quickly. The rain grows restive. Berries has heard ominous whisper from the west. Free riders and sailors have been flocking to Castle Rock, and not for the thin pledge of Lord Tywin conversation. Is there word of the king? Ned demanded. Just how long does Robert intend to hunt? Given his preference, I believe he did stay in the forest until you and the queen both die of old age. Lord Petty replied with a faint smile. Lacking that, I imagine he will return as soon as he killed something. They found the white heart, it seems, or rather what remained of it. Some wolves found it first and left his grace scarce less more than a wolf and on. Robert was in a fury until he heard talk of some monstrous boar deeper in the forest. Then nothing would do but he must have it. Prince Joffrey returned this morning with the Royce, Sir Balon, Swamp, and some 20 others of the party. The rest are still with the king. The Ons, Ned asked, frowning, of all the Lannister party. Sir Clegane was the one who concerned him the most. Now that Sir Jaime had fled the city to join his father, returned with Joffrey, and went straight to the queen. Littlefinger smiled. I would have given 100 silver stars to have been a rogue in the rush when he learned that Lord Varys was off to behead his brother. Even a blind man could see the horns loaded his brother. But Gregor was his to load, not yours to keep. Once the Dodorans looked the summit of our mountain, the clearing land and income will pass to Saddam. But I would not hold my water waiting for his time. Not that one. And now you must forgive me, lady. Tada awaits with her fatter calves. On the way to the door, Lord Petty's peeled Grandmaster Mellon, massive tone on the table, and paused to idly open the cover. The lineage and history of the great house of the Seven Kingdoms, with description of many high lords and noble ladies and their children. He read. Now there is tedious reading if ever I saw it. A sleeping potion, my lord. For a brief moment, men considered telling me all of it. But there was something in Littlefinger's jabs that ached him. The man was clever by half, a mocking smile never far from his lips. Lord Harry was studying this volume when he was taken sick. Ned said in a careful tone, so to see how he might respond. And he responded as he always did, with a quip. In that case, he said, death must have come as a blessing relief. But Petty Bellish bowed and took his leave. And the Stark allowed him a course. Aside from his own retainers, there was scarcely a man in this city he trusted. Littlefinger had cancelled Captain and helped Ned in his inquiry. Yet he is haste to save his own skin when Jaime and his sword had come out of the rain still rankled. Very was worse for all his protestation of loyalty. The eunuch knew too much and did too little. Grandmaster Percy seems more Caesar creation with every passing day, and Sir Barrister was an old man and rigid. He would tell Ned to do his duty. Time was furiously short. The king would return from his hunt soon, and honor would require Ned to go to him with all he had learned. Beowulf had arranged for Sansa and Arya to sail on the morning which out of Beren was. 3 days hence they would be back at Winterfell before the harvest. Ned could no longer use his counsel for their safety to excuse his delay. Yet last night he had dreamed of Rhaegar children. Lord Tywin had laid the bodies beneath the Iron Throne, wrapped in the crimson claw of his Asgard. That was clever of him. The blood did not show so badly against the red claw. The little princess had been barefoot, still dressed in her bed gown, and the boy, Ned could not let that happen again. The ring could not withstand a second mad king, another dance of blood and vengeance. He must find some way to save the children. Robert could be merciful. Sir Barrister was scarcely the only man he had pardoned. Grandmaster Percy buries the spider, but back on Greyjoy. Each had been counted an enemy to Robert once, and each had been welcomed into friendship and allowed to retain honor and office for a pledge of fealty. So long as the man was brave and honest, Robert would treat him with all the honor and respect due a valiant enemy. This was something else. Poison in the dark, a knife thrust to the soul. This is he who could never forgive, no more than he had forgiven Rhaegar. He would kill them all, Ned realized, and yet he knew he could not keep silent. He had a duty to Robert, to the Wren, to the shade of John Harris, and to Bran, who surely must have stumbled on some part of the truth. Why else would they have tried to slay him? Late that afternoon, he summoned Thomas, the portly guardsman with the jingle collar whisker his children called Fat Tom. With Jory dead and Alims gone, Fat Tom had commanded of his household guard. The thought filled Ned with vague disquiet. Thomas was a solid man, affable, loyal, tireless, capable in limited ways. But he was near 50, and even in his youth, he had never been energetic. Perhaps Ned could not have been so quiet to send off half his guard and all his best sword among them. I shall require your help, Ned said when Thomas appears, looking faintly apprehensive as he always did when called before his lord. Take me to the God's room. Is that wise, Lord Eddard, with your legs and all? Perhaps not, but necessary. Come on, somewhat very valley, with one arm around each man's shoulder. Ned managed to descend the step toward step and humbled across the valley. I want the gas double, he told Fat Tom. No one enters or leaves the tower of the hand without my leave. Tom blinked, Hemlock, with Allen and the others. Away, we are hard pressed already. It will only be a short while. Lengthen the watches, as you say. Hemlock, to answer. Might I ask why? Yes, now, Ned answered crisply. The God's wood was empty, as it always was here in this citadel of the Satrul Road. Ned's leg was screaming as they lowered him to the grass beside the arch trees. Thank you, he drew a paper from his sleeve, sealed with the siege of his house. Kindly deliver this at once. Thomas looked at the name Ned had written on the paper and licked his sleeve anxiously. My lord, do as I bid you. Tom, Ned said. How long he waited in the quarries of the Godswood. He could not say it was peaceful here. The thick wall shook at the clamor of the castle, and he could hear the birds singing, the murmur of cricket, leaves rustling in the gentle wind. The archery was an oak, brown and fast and faceless. Yet Ned Stark still felt the presence of his ghost. His leg did not seem to hurt so much. She came to him at sunset as the cloud rendered above the walls, and Towa she came alone, and he had bid her. For once she was dressed simply in leather boots and hunting green. When she drew back the hood of her broad claw, he saw the bruise where the king had struck her, The angry plum color had faded to yellow, and the swelling was done, but there was no mistaking it for anything but what it was. Why, yeah, Sansa Lannister asked as she stood over him. So the girls can see, she sat beside him on the grass. Every one move was graceful. Her cotton blonde hair moved in the wind, and her eyes were green as the leaves of summer. It had been a long time since Ned Stark had seen her beauty, but he saw it now. I know the truth, John. Harry died for. He told her, do you? The queen washed his face. Where is the cat? Is that why you called me here, Lord Stark, to post me riddle? Or is it your intent to seize me, as your wife seized my brother? If you truly believe that, you would never have come. Ned touched her cheek gently. Has he done this before? Once or twice, she shied away from his hand. Never on the face before. Jaime would have killed him, even if it meant his own life. Sansa looked at him differently. My brother is worth 100 of your friends. Your brother, Ned said, or a lover. Both she did not flinch from the truth. Since we are children together, and why not? The Targaryens wed brothers to sisters for 300 years to keep the bloodline pure. And Jaina and I are more than brothers and sisters. We are one person with two bodies. We share a womb together. We came into this world holding my foot. Our old master said, when he is in me, I feel woe, the ghost of his smile flitted over our lips. My son Bran, to our credit, Sansa did not look away. He saw us, you love your children. Do you not? Robert had asked him the very same question. The morning of the marriage, he gave her the same answer. With all my heart, no less do I love mine. Ned thought, if it came to that, the life of some child I did not know, against Robert and Sansa and Arya, Brands and Rickon, what would I do? Even more so, what would Catelyn do if it were Jon's life against the children of our body? He did not know. He prayed he never would. All three are James. He said it was not a question, thank the gods. The sea is strong. Jon Arrys had cried on his deathbed, and so it was. All those bastards, all with hair as black as night. Grandmaster Nello recorded the last mountain between Stark and Lion some 90 years ago, when Tyrion Lannister, when Gawain Baratheon, third son of the Ring Lord. Their only issue, an unnamed boy described in Melion, Tom as a large and lusty lord born with a full head of black hair, died in infancy. 30 years before that, a male Lannister had taken a Baratheon's maid to wife. She had given him 3 daughters and a son, each black hair. No matter how fair back, Ned searched in their brittle yellow pale, always formed the goat, kneeling before the cold. A dozen years, Ned said, how is it that you have had no children by the king? She lifted her head, different. Your Robert got me with child once. She said, her voice thick with contempt. My brother found a woman to please me. He never knew, if truth be told. I can scarcely bear for him to touch me, and I have not left him inside me for years. I know other ways to pleasure him when he leaves his walk long enough to stagger up to my bedchamber. Whatever we do, the king is usually so drunk that he is forgotten it all by the next morning. How could they have all been so blind? The truth was there in front of them all the time, written on the children's face. Ned felt sick. I remember Robert as it was the day he took the throne. Every inch a king, he said quickly. 1,000 other women might have loved him with all their heart. What did he do to make you hate him so? Her eyes burned green fire in the dust, like the loneliness, like the lioness that was at siege. The night of our wedding feast, the first time we shared a bed, he called me by my sister's name. He was on top of me in me, stinking of wine, and he whispered, liar. Then Stark thought of pale blue roses, and for a moment he wanted to weep. I do not know which of you I pity most. The queen seems amused by that. Save your pity for yourself, Lord Stark. I want none of it. You know what I must do. Must she put her hand on his good leg, just above the knee? A true man does what he will, not what he must. Her finger brushed slightly against his thing, the gentleness of promise. The ram needs a strong hand. Joff will not come of age for years. No one wants war in him. Least of all men, her hand touched his face, his head. If friends can turn to enemies, enemies can become friends. Your wife is 1,000 leagues away, and my brother has fled. Be kind to me, Ned. I swear to you, you shall never regret it. Did you make the same offer to John Henry? She slapped him. I shall swear that as a badge of honor. Ned said, dryly, honor, she spat. How dare you play the noble lord with me? What do you take me for? You have a bastard of your own. I have seen him who was the mother. I wonder, some dynasty, peasants you raped, why are old fast born? A war, or was it the grieving sister, the lady Ashara? She threw herself into the sea. I am told. Why was that? For the brother you sleep, or the child you stole? Tell me, my honorable Lord Edda, how are you any different from Robert, or me, or Jimmy? For a start, said Ned, I do not kill children. You would do well to listen, my lady. I shall say this only once. When the kings return from his hunt, I intend to lay the truth before him. You must be gone by then, you and your children, all three, and not to Castle Rock. If I were you, I should take ship for the free cities, or even farther to the summer heights or the port of Eden, as far as the wind blows. Esai, she said, a bitter cup to drink from, a sweeter cup than your father said, Rega, children, Ned said, and kinder than you deserve. Your father and your brother will do well to go with you. Your tiring gold will buy you comfort and iron sword to keep you safe. You shall need them, I promise you, no matter where you flee. Robert's sword will follow you to the back of beyond if need be. The queen stood, and what of my wrath, Dosta? She asked softly. Her eyes searched his face. You should have taken the ram for yourself. It was there for the taking. Jenna told me how you found him on the iron throne the day King's Landing fell, and made him yield it up. That was your moment. All you needed to do was climb those steps and sit. Such a sad mistake. I have made more mistakes than you can possibly imagine, Ned said, but that was not one of them. Oh, but it was my lord. It was my lord. Sansa insisted. When you play the game of thrones, you win or you die. There is no middle ground. She turned up her hood to hide her swollen face and left him there in the dark beneath the oak. Amidst the quiet of the goose wood, under a blue-black sky, the stars were coming out. Next dynasty, the earth was steaming in the cool evening. Hair, when Khal Dragon set it before her, ran and bloody. His arms were red to the elbow. Behind him, his blood rider kneeled on the sand beside the corpse of the wind. Stallion, stone knives in their hands. The stallion blood looked black in the flickering orange glare of the torch that reached the ice-sharp walls of the pit. Danny touched the soft swell of her belly, sweet-bedded head, sweet-bedded as skin, and trickled down her brow. She could feel the old women watching her, the ancient crowns of veiled Dora, with eyes that shone dark as polished plates in their wrinkled face. She must not flinch or look afraid. I am the blood of the dragon, she told herself as she took the stallion, axe in both hands, lifted it to her mouth, and plunged her teeth into the tongue. Strange flesh, warm blood filled her mouth and ran down over her chin. The taste threatened to gag her, but she made herself chew and swallow. The act of the stallions would make her son strong and swift and fearless. Also, the Doraki believed that only if the mother could eat it all. If it choked on the blood or retch up the flesh, the omens were less favorable. The child might be stillborn or come forth, weak, the form of female, Her handmaid had kept her ready herself for the ceremony, despite the tender mother's stomach that had afflicted her these past 2 moons. Danny had dined on bowls of half-clotted blood to accustom herself to taste, and I made her shoe stripe of dried horse flesh until her jaw were itching. She had starved herself for a day and a night before the ceremony in the hope that hunger would help her keep down the raw meat.
The white stallion's heart was all muzzled, and Danny had to worry it with her teeth and chew each mouthful a long time. Not still was permitted within the circumference of Beit Dorak, beneath the shadow of the Mother of Mountain. She had to rip the heart apart with teeth and nails. Her stomach rolled and heavy, yet she kept on. Her face smears with the heart's blood that sometimes seems to explode against her lips. Khal Drogo stood over her as she ate, his face as hard as a brazen shield. His long black braid was shining with oil. He wore gold ring in his moustache, gold beard in his braid, and a heavy belt of solid gold medallion around his waist. But his chest was bare. She looked at him whenever she felt her strength failing. Look at him and chew and swallow, chew and swallow, chew and swallow. Towards the end, Danny thought she glimpsed a fierce pride in his dark, almond-shaped eyes, but she could not be sure. The calf face did not often betray the thought within, and finally it was done. Her cheek and finger were sticky as she forced down the last of it. Only then did she turn her eyes back to the old woman. The crowns of the Dosh, Kali, Kalaka, Dorel, Mahar. She proclaimed in her best Doraki, "A prince ride inside me." She had practiced the phrase for days with her handmaid Joquin, the oldest of the crown, a bed and a strip sink of a woman with a single black eye, raised her arms on high. Kalaka Dora, she raked the prince is riding. He is riding, the other women answer. Rak, 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 rak. They proclaim, a boy, a strong boy, bear round a sodding glagon of bronze bed. A deep-throated war horn sounded a long note. The old women began to shout. On the maids, their painted leather vests, their withered dogs swayed back and forth, shining with oil and sweet. The eunuchs would serve them, threw bundles of dry grasses into a great broadened brazier, and cloud of fragrant smoke rose up towards the moon and the stars. The Doraki believed the stars were horses made of fire, a great herb that galloped across the sky by night. As the smoke ascended, the shunting dies away, and the ancient crown closed a single eye. The better to pierce into the future, the silence they felt was complete. Danny could hear the distant call of night birds, the hiss and crackle of the torch, the gentle lapping of water from the lake. The Doraki stared at her with eyes of night. Waiting, Khal Drogo laid his hand on Danny's arm. She could feel the intention in his finger. Even a car as mighty as Dragon could know fear when the Dosh Kali peered into smoke of the future. At her back, her handmaid fluttered anxiously. Finally, the crones opened her eyes and lifted her arms. I have seen his face and heard the thunder of his roofs. She proclaimed in a thin, weary voice the thunder of his roofs. The other crows as swift as the wind. He ride, and behind him his Kalasa covered the earth. Men without number with arrows shining in their hands like blades of razor. Grass fizz as a storm this prince will be. His enemy will tremble before him, and their wives will weep tears of blood and rend their flesh in grief. The bell in his head will sing in his coming, and the meek men in the stone tents will fear his name. The old woman trembled and looked at Danis almost as if she were afraid. The prince is riding, and he shall be the stallion who mounts the wall. The stallion who mounts the wall. The uplooker cried in echoes. until the night drank to the sound of their voice. The one-eyed crown peers at Daniel. What shall he be called? The stallion who marked the world. She stood to answer. He shall be called Regan. She said, using the word that Jacqueline had taught her. Her arm touched the sword beneath her breast, protectively as a roar went up from the Doraki. Regan! They screamed, Regan, Regan, Regan. The name was still ringing in her ears as Khal Dragon led her from the pit. His blood rider felt in behind them. A procession followed them out onto the Godsway. The broad grasses road that ran through the heart of Vaid Dorak, from the horse gate to the mother of mountains. The crowns of the Dosh Khalid came first, with their eunuchs and slaves. Some support themselves with tall calf staff as they struggle along the ancient shaking legs, while others walk as proud as any horse lord. Each of the old women had been a Khaleesi once, when their lord husband died and a new Khal took his place at the front of his rider. With a new Khalisa mounted beside him, they were sent here to reign over the vast Doraki nation. Even the mightiest of Khals bowed to the wisdom and the authority of the Dosh Khalid. Still, it gave Dani the shiver to think that one day she might be sent to join them. Whether she veiled it or not, behind the wise women came the other Khal Ogan and his son, the Khalika, Fogon, Khal Jumo and his wife, and chief men of Dragon Kalasa. Dani's handmaid, the Khal, servant and slaves, and more bells rang and drums beat a stately citadel as they marched along the Ghostway, stoling all heroes and the ghosts of dead people brooded in the darkness beyond the road. Alongside the procession, slaves ran slightly through the grass with torches in their hands, and the flickering flame made the great monument seem almost alive. What is meaning name Regan? Khal Dragon asked as they walked, using the common tongue of the Seven Kingdoms. She had been teaching him a few words when she could. Dragon was quick to learn when he put his mind to it, though his accent was so thick and barbarous that neither Sir Joran nor Vestri could understand a word he said. My brother Regan was a fierce warrior. My son and stars, she told him. He died before I was born. Sir Joran says that he was the last of the dragon. Khal Dragon looked down at her. His face was a copper mask, yet under the long black moustache, dropping beneath the weight of its gold ring, she thought she glimpsed the shadow of a smile. His good name? Danara's wife, moon of my life. He said. They rode to the lake the Doraki called the womb of the world, surrounded by the fringe of reeds, its water still and calm. 1,000 years ago, Jacqueline told her the first man had emerged from its depth, riding upon the back of the first horse. The procession waited on the grassy shores as Dani stripped and let her soiled clothing fall to the ground. Naked, she stepped gingerly into the water. Irene said, The lake had no bottom. The Dani felt soft mud squishing between her toes as she pushed through the tall reeds. The moon flaunted on the still black water, shattering and reforming as her ripples was watched over it. Ghost pimples rose on her pale skin as the coldness crept up her things and kissed her lower lips. The stallion's blood had dried on her hand and around her mouth. Dani cupped her finger and lifted the sacred waters over her head, cleansing herself and the child inside her while the car and the others looked on. She heard the old women of the Dosh Khalid muttering to each other as they watched and wondered what they were saying. When they emerged from the lake, shivering and dripping, her handmaid Doria hurried to her with a rope of painted sand silk. But Khal Dragon waved her away. He was looking on her soon. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ipesa, A Game of Thrones. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ipesa, A Game of Thrones. Book of A Song of Ice and Fire, George R.R. Martin. Pulling breast and the curve of her belly with approval, and Danny could see the shape of his manhood pressing through his horse-hid trouser below the heavy gold medallions of his belt. She went to him and helped him unlast. Then a huge cat took her by the hip and lifted her into the air, as he might lift a child. The bell in his ear rang softly. Danny wrapped her arms around his shoulder and pressed her face against his neck as he thrust himself into her. Three quick strokes and it was done. The stallion woman, the war dragon whispered hoarsely. His hands still smelled of horse blood. He beat her throat hard in the moment of his pleasure, and when he lifted her off, his seed filled her and trickled down the inside of her thigh. Only then was Doria permitted to drape her in the scented sand sea, and iron to fit soft slipper to her feet. The dragon laxed himself up and spoke a command, and us were brought to the lake shore. Kuhalu had the honor of helping the Khaleesi onto a silver. Drogon spurred his stallion and set off down the causeway beneath the moon and the stars. On a silver, Danny easily kept pace, the sink tenting that roof-car dragon. All land had been rolled up tonight, and the moon followed them inside. Flame leaped 10 feet in the air from the 3 huge stone-lined fire pits. The air was thick with the smell of roasting meat and curdled fermented milk. The earth was grand and noisy when they entered the caution park with those whose rank and name were not sufficient to allow them at the ceremony. As Danny rode beneath the arch entry and up the center hastily, every eye was on her. The Dothraki screamed at comment on her belly and her breast, hailing the life within her. She could not understand all they shouted, but one phrase came clear: the stallion that manned the world. She heard below in 1,000 voices the sound of the drum and horns swirled up into the night. Her half-cloth women spoke and danced on the low-baked tables, and made joint of meat and platter, paid high with plum and dates and pomegranate. Many of the men were drunk on clotted men milk, yet Danny knew no Arrakis would clash tonight, not here in the sacred city, where blade and bloodshed were forbidden. Khal Dragon dismounted and took his place on the high bench. Khal Droma and Khal Ogo, who had been in vast Dorak with their Khalasa when they arrived, were given seats of high honor to Dragon right and left. The blood rider of the 3 cows sat below them, and farther down Khal Droma 4 wives. Danny climbed off her silver and gave the reins to one of the slaves, as Dora and Iron arranged her caution. She searched for her brother even across the length of the crowded hall. Viserys should have been conspicuous with his pale skin, silvery hair, and beggar range, but she did not see him anywhere. Her glance roamed the crowded table near the walls, where men wore grey were even shorter than their manhood, sat on fried rugs and flat cushions around the low table. But all the faces she saw had black eyes and copper skin. She spied Ser Jorah Mormont near the centers of the hall, close to the middle. For Fire Pit it was a place of respect, if not high honor. The Dothraki esteemed the knight's prowess with a sword. Danny sent Jaqen to bring him to her table. Momo came at once and went to one knee before her. Khaleesi, he said, I am yours to command. She panted a stuffed horse-eyed caution beside her. Sit tall with me. You honor me. The knight seated himself across leg on the cushion. A slave knelt before him, offering a wooden platter full of ripe figs. Ser Jorah took one and beat it in half. Where is my brother? Danny asked. He ought to have come by now. For the feast, I saw his grace this morning.
He told me he was going to the western market in search of wine. Wine? Daddy said doubtfully. Vestry could not abide the taste of the fermented nor milk the Doraki drank. She knew that, and it was off at the Baghdad this day, drinking with the traders who came in the great caravans from east and west. He seems to find their company more Gujanian than her. As wine Sajura confirmed, and he has some thought to recruit men for his army from Selwards who guard the caravan. A 7-year laid a blood pie in front of him, and he attacked it with both hands. Is that wise? She asked. He has no gold to pay soldiers. What of if he betrayed? Caravan guards were seldom troubled much by thought of honor, and a usurper in King's Landing would pay well for our brother's head. You ought to have gone with him to keep him safe. You are his sword. You are his sword. We are in vast Iraq. He reminded her, no one may carry a blade here or shave a man's blood. Yet men die. She said, Jargon told me some of the traders are eunuchs with them, huge men who strangle thieves with whips of zinc. That way no blood is shed and the gods are not angered. Then let us hope your brother will be wise enough not to steal anything. Sajura wiped the grease of his mouth with the back of his hand and leaped close over the table. He had planned to take your dragon head until I warned him that I didn't cut off his hand if he said much as touched them. For a moment Danny was so shocked, she had no words. My eggs? But they are mine. Magister Izorius gave them to me. A bride gift. Why would Vestry want? They are holy stones. The same could be said of rubies and diamond and fire opals. Princess and dragon eggs are rare by far. Those traders he's been drinking with would sell their own manhood for even one of those stones, and with all three Vestry could buy as many silver as he might need. Danny had not even suspected them. He should have them. He does not need to steal them. He had only to ask. He is my brother and my true king. He is your brother, Sajura acknowledged. You do not understand, sir. She said, my mother died giving me birth, and my father and my brother, Regan, even before that. I would never have known so much as their names if Vestry had not been there to tell me. He was the only one left, the only one. He is all I have. One said Sajura, no longer callously. You belong to the Doraki now. In your womb, ride the stallion who marked the world. He held out his cup and a slave filled it with fermented melody, so smelling and thick with clock. Danny waved her away. Even the smell of it made her feel ill, and she would take no chance of bringing up the horse at. She had forced herself to eat. What does it mean? She asked, what is this stallion? Everyone was shouting it at me, but I don't understand. The stallion is the cow of cats, promised in ancient prophecy. Child, he will unite the Doraki into a single Kalasa and ride to the end of the earth. Or so it was. Promise, all the people of the world will be his head. Or, Danny said in a small voice. Her hand smoothed her robe down over the swell of her stomach. Her name is Regan, a name to make the usurper blood run cold. Suddenly Dorian was tugging at her elbows. My lady, the handmaid whispered urgently. Your brother? Danny looked down the length of the long, roughless hall, and there he was, striding towards her. From the launch in his step, she could tell at once that Vestry had found his wine, and something that passed for courage. He was wearing a scarlet silk, soiled and travel-stained. His claw and glove were black velvet, faded from the sun. His boots were dried and cracked. A silver-blonde hair, matted and tangled. A long sword swung from his belt in a leather scabbard. The Doraki eyed the sword as he passed. Danny heard curses and threats and angry muttering rising all around her like a tide. The music died away in a nervous stammering of drums. A sense of dread closed around her heart. Go to him, she commanded Sajora. Stop him, bring him here. Tell him he can have the dragon head if that is what he wants. The knight rose swiftly to his feet. Where is my sister? Vestry shouted, his voice thick with wine. I have come for our feast. How dare you presume to eat without me? No one eats before the kings. Yes, she. The war cannot hide from the dragon. He stumps you presume to eat without me. No one eats before the kings. Where is she? The war cannot hide from the dragon. He beside the ledge of the tree fire pit, peering around at the face of the Doraki. There were 5,000 men in the hall, but only a handful who knew the common tongue. Yet even if his words were incomprehensible, you had only to look at him to know that he was drunk. Sajora went to him swiftly, whispered something in his ear, and took him by the arms. But Vestry wrenched free. Keep your hands on me. No one touches the dragon without leave. Then he glanced anxiously up at the high bench. Car Dragon was saying something to the other car beside him. Car Jomo grinned and Car Organ began to guffaw loudly. The sound of laughter made Vestry lift his eyes. Car Dragon, he said thickly, his voice almost polite, I am here for the feast. He staggered away from Sajora, making to join the 3 cars on the high bench. Car Dragon rose, spat out a dozen words in Doraki, faster than he could understand, and pointed Car Dragon, saying, your place is not on the high bench. Sajora translated for her, brother. Car Dragon said, your place is there. Vestry glanced where the car was pointing, at the back of the long hall, in a corner by the wall, deep in shadow, so better men did not need to look on them. Sat the lowest of the low, round, unblooded boys, old men with coated eyes and stiff joints, the dim-witted and the men far from the meat and further from honor. That is no place for a king. Our brother declared his place for Car Dragon answered in common tongue that Danny had taught him. For soft-foot king, he clapped his hands together. A cat, bring cat for Car Regan. 5,000 Doraki began to laugh and shout. Sajora was standing beside Vestry, screaming in his ear, but the row in the hall was so thunderous that Danny could not hear what he was saying. Our brother shouted back and the 2 men crumpled until Mammoth knocked Vestry boldly to the floor. Our brother drew his sword. The bestie stone shone a fearful red in the gardens in the glare from the fire pit. Keep away from me, Vestry hissed. Sajora backed off a step, and our brother climbed unsteadily to his feet. He waved the sword over his head, the borrowed blade that Magister Honorius had given him to make him seem more kingly. The Doraki were shrinking at him from all sides, screaming veil, curse. Dan gave a wordless cry of terror. She knew what a drawn sword meant here, even if her brother did not. Her voice made Vestry turn his head, and he saw her for the first time. There she is, he said, smiling. He started towards her, slashing at the air as if to cut a path through a wall of enemies. Though no one tries to bar his way, the blade you must not. She begged him, please, Vestry, it is forbidden. Put down the sword and come share my caution. Dear Zrain, fool, it is the dragon's head you want. You can have them, only throw away the sword. Do as she tells you, fool. Sajora shouted before you get us all killed. Vestry laughed. They cannot kill us. They cannot shed blood here in the sacred city. But I can. He laid the point of his sword between Delestrate's breast and slit it downward over the curve of her belly. I want what I came for. He told her, I want the crown he promised me. He bought you, but he never paid for you. Tell him I want what I bargained for, or I am taking you back. You and the eggs, both he can keep his bloody fall. I will cut the bastard out and leave it for him. The sword point pushed through her skin and pricked at her nerve. Vestry was
Vestry was weeping. She saw weeping and laughing both at the same time. This man who had once been her brother distantly as from far away, then he had her handmaid, Jacqueline, sobbing in fear, pleading that she dare not translate that the car would bind her and drag her behind his horse on the way up the mother of mountain. She put her arms around the girl. Don't be afraid, she said. I shall tell him. She did not know if she had enough words. Yet when she was done, Car Dragon spoke a few broken sentences in Dothraki, and she knew he understood. The son of her life stepped down from the high bench. What did he say? The man who had been her brother asked her, flinching. It had grown so silent in the hall that she could hear the bells in Car Dragon's hair, shimmering softly with each step he took. His blood rider followed him like three coppers' shadow. Dynasty had gone cold all over. He says, you shall have a splendid golden crown that men shall tremble to behold. Vestry smiled and lowered his sword. That was the saddest thing, the thing that tore at her afterward. The way he smiled, that was all I wanted, he said. What was promised when the son of her life reached her? That is, slide her arm around his waist. The car said a word, and his blood rider leaped forward. Ponton seized the man who had been her brother by the arms. Agon shattered his wrist with a single sharp twist of his huge hand. Koholo pulled the sword from his finger. Even now, Vestry did not understand. No, he shouted, you cannot touch me. I am the dragon, and I will be crowned. Car Dragon unforeseen his bed. The medallions were pure gold, massive and honor, each one as large as a man's hand. He shouted a command. Cook slave, pull a heavy iron steel pot from the fire pit, dump the stew onto the ground, and return the pot to the flame. Dragon tossed in the bed and washed without expressing as the medallions turned red and began to lose their shape. She could see fire dancing in the corners of his eyes. A slave handed him a pair of thick horsehair, meted, and he put them on, never so much as looking at the man. Vestry began to scream. The wordless scream of a coward facing death. He kicked and twisted, whispered like a dog, and wept like a child. Then the Dothraki ate him tight between them. Sajura had made his way to Dany's side. He put a hand on her shoulder. Turn away, my princess, I beg you. No, she folded her arms across the swell of her belly, protecting it at the last. Vestry looked at her. Sister, please, Dany, tell them. Make them, sweet sister. When the goat was half netted and starting to run, Dragon reached into the flame, snatched at the pot. Crown, he roared. Yeah, I crowned for Cat King, and upended the pot over the head of the man who had been her brother. The sound Vestry Targaryen made when that idiot's iron helmet covered his face was like nothing human. His feet hammered a frantic death against the dead floor. Slow, stop, thick glow of molten gold streaked down onto his chest, setting the scarlet silk to smoldering, yet no drop of blood was spilled. It was no dragon. Dany thought curiously. Fire cannot kill a dragon. Next, Edda. He was walking through the crypt the night winter fell, as he had walked 1,000 times before. The king of winter watched him pass with eyes of ice, and the dire wolves at their feet turned their great stone head and slammed. Last of all, he came to the tomb where his father slept with Brandon and Lina beside him. Promise me, Ned. Lina started to whisper. She wore a garland of pale blue roses, and her eyes were blood. Edda started Jack upright, his heart racing. The blanket tangled around him. The room was black as pitch, and someone was hammering on the door. Lord Edda, a voice called Lord Lavely. A moment. Groggy,
and naked, he stumbled his way across the dark chamber. When he opened the door, he found Thomas with an unprized feast and Kay with a tamper in hand. Between them stood the king's own steward. The man's face might have been cave of stone, so little did he show. My lord, and he intoned his grace, the king command your presence. At once, so Robert had returned from his own. It was long past time. I shall need a few moments to dress. And I left the man waiting without care at the inn with his cloth, white line tunic and grey cloth trouser cut open down his plaster shattered bed, his badge of office, and last of all a belt of heavy silver lay. He shaved the Valerian dagger in his waist. The red keep was dark and still as Cain and Thomas escorted him across the inner belt. The moon all low over the hall, rippling towards full on the rampart. A gas man in a gold cloth walked his round. The royal apartment were in Morgan, hold fast, a massive square fortress that needless in the heart of the red keep, behind walls 12 feet thick and a dry moor lined with iron spike, a castle within a castle. Saboron's plot guarded the far ends of the bridge. White steel armor ghostly in the moonlight within. Ned passed 2 other 9 of the king's guard. Sir Preston Greenfield stood at the bottom of the steps, and Sir Barrister Simon waited at the door of the king. Ben Chamber, three men in white cloth, he thought, remembering, and a strange chill went through him. Sir Barrister's face was as pale as his armor. Ned had only to look at him to know that something was dreadfully wrong. The royal steward opened the door. Lord Eddard, the hand of the king, he announced, bring him here. Robert's voice called. Strangely thick, fire blazed in the twin earth at either end of the bench chamber, filling the room with a solemn red blaze. The heat within was suffocating. Robert lay across the canopy's bed. At the bedside, over Grandmaster Percy, while Lord Raleigh passed restlessly before the shattered window. Servants moved back and forth, feeding logs to the fires and boiling wine. Cesar Lannister sat at the edge of the bedside beside her husband. Her hair was tossed as if from sleep, but there was nothing sleepy in her eyes. They followed Ned and Stormont, and Care helped him cross the room. He seems to move very slowly, as if he were still dreaming. The king still wore his boots. Ned could see dried moss and blade of grass clinging to the leather where Robert's feet stuck out beneath the blanket that covered him. A green doublet laid on the floor, slashed open and discarded. The cloth crusted with red-brown stain. The room smelled of smoke and blood and death. Ned the king whispered when he saw him. His face was pale as milk. Come closer, his men brought him close. Ned steadied himself with a hand on the bedpost. He had only to look down at Robert to know how bad it was. What? He began, his throat clenched. A bold Lord Raleigh was still in his haunting grace, his claws spattered with blood. A devil, the king host, my own fault, too much wine, damn me to hell. Miss my trust, and where were the rest of you? Ned demanded of Lord Raleigh. Where was Sir Barrister and the king's guard? Raleigh's mouth twisted. My brother commanded us to stand aside and let him take the bow alone. Eddard Stark lifted the blanket. They had done what they could to close him up, but it was nowhere near enough. The bow must have been a fearsome thing. It had ripped the king from groin to nipple with its stalk. The wine-soaked bandage that Grandmaster Percy had applied were already black with blood, and the smell of the wound was hideous. Ned's stomach turned. He left the blanket forth. Stink, Robert said. The stink of death. Do not think I can smell it. Bastard did me good. But
I paid him back in kind. Ned, the king's smile was as terrible as his wound. His teeth red, drove a knife right through his eyes. Ask them if I did not ask them. Truly, Lord Raleigh murmured, we brought the carcass back with us at my brother's command. For the feast, Robert whispered, now leave us. The lot of you need to speak with Ned. Robert, my sweet lord. Cecil began. I said leave. Robert insisted with a hint of his old fierceness. What part of that do not you understand? Woman, Cecil gathered up her skirt and her dignity and led the way to the door. Lord Raleigh and the other followed. Grandmaster Percy lingered, his hand shaking as he offered the king a cup of thick white liquid. The milk of the puppy, your grace, he said, drink for your pain. Robert knocked the cup away with the back of his hand. Away with you, I will sleep soon enough. Old fool, get out. Grandmaster Percy gave Ned a striking look as he shuffled from the room. Damn you, Robert, Ned said when they were alone. His leg was troubling so badly. He was almost blind with pain. Or perhaps it was grief that forged his eyes. He lowered himself to the bed beside his friend. Why do you always have to be so headstrong? Fuck you, Ned, the king said harshly. I killed the bastard, didn't I? A look of matted black hair fell across his eyes as he glared up at Ned. Want to do the same for you. Can't believe it a man to hunt the peace. Sir Robert found me. Greg on head. Ugly thought, never told the on. Let Cesar surprise him. His laugh turned into a grunt as he spark of pain in him. God have mercy. He mounted, swallowing his agony. The girl Dennis was only a child. You were right. That's why the God set the bow. Sent to punish me. The king's cough, bringing up blood. Rough, it was wrong. Only a girl. Very little finger, even my brother worthless. No one to tell me no but you, Ned. Only you. He lifted his hand, the gesture, pain and feeble. Paper and ink, there's on the table. Write what I tell you. Ned smoothed the paper out across his knee and took up the whip. At your command, your grace, this is the will and word of Robert of Hobbs, Baratheon, the first of his name, king of the Adda and all the rest. Put in the damn titles, you know how it goes. I do hereby command Edda of Astar, Lord of Winterfell and Hand of the King, to serve as Lord Regent and Protector of the realm upon my death, to rule in my stead until my son Joffrey does come of age. Robert, Joffrey is not your son. He wanted to say, but the word would not come. The agony was written too plainly across Robert's face. He could not hurt him more, so Ned bent his head and wrote. But here the king had said, my son Joffrey, he scrubbed my hair instead. The deceit made him feel sore. The lie we tell for love, he thought, may the gods forgive me. What else would you have me say? Say whatever you need to protect and defend. God's old and new. You have the word, right, I will sign it. You give it to the council when I am dead. Robert Ned said in a voice thick with grief. You must not do this. Don't die on me. The land needs you. Robert took his hand, finger, squeezing out. You are such a bad liar. Ned Stark, he said through his pain. The land knows what a wretched king I am in. Bad as Arya, the god spared me. No, Ned told his dying friend, not so bad as Asher. Your grace, not near so bad as Iris. Robert managed a quick red smile. At the least, they will say, this last thing, this I did right. You will not fail me. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ipesa, A Game of Thrones. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ipesa, A Game of Thrones. Book of A Song of Ice and Fire, George R.R. Martin. You will rule now, you will hate it worse than I did, but you will do well. Are you done with the scribbling? Yes, your grace. Ned offered Robert the paper.
The king scrawled his signature blindly, leaving his smears of blood across the letter. The seed should be witness, said the book at my funeral feast. Robert wraps apple in his mouth, skins seals scoops, eat the bastard, don't care if you choke on him. Promise me, Ned, I promise, promise me, Ned. Lina's voice echoed, the girl. The king said, Dynasty, let her live, if you can, if it's not too late. Talk to them, very little finger. Do not let them kill her, and help my son Ned make him be better than me. He wise. God have mercy. They will, my friend, Ned said. They will. The king closed his eyes and seemed to relax. Killed by a pig, he wanted ought to laugh, but it hurt too much. Ned was not laughing. Shall I call them back? Robert gave a weak nod. As you will. Gods, why is it so cold in here? The servant rushed back in a hurry to feed the fire. The queen had gone. That was some small relief, at least. If she had any sense, Cesar would take her children and fly before the break of day. Ned thought she had lingered too long already. King Robert did not seem to miss her. He beat his brother Renly and Grandmaster Percy to stand in weakness as he pressed his sea into the hot yellow wall, worse that Ned had dripped upon his letter. Now give me something for the pain and let me die. Already, Grandmaster Percy missed him another drop of the milk of the puppy. This time the king drank deeply. His black bear was bedded with the thick white droplet when he threw the empty cup aside. Will I drink? Ned gave him his answer. You will, my lord. Good, he said, smiling. I will give Lina your love. Ned, take care of my children. The word twisted in Ned's belly like a knife. For a moment he was at a loss. He could not bring himself to lie. Then he remembered the bastard little Barra at her mother's breast, Maya in the veil, Gendry at his fork, and all the others. I shall guide your children as if they were my own. He said slowly. Robert nodded and closed his eyes. Ned watched his old friend sag softly into the pillow as the milk of the puppy washed the pain from his face. Sleep too hard. Heavy shame joggled softly as Grandmaster Percy came up to Ned. I will do all in my powers, my lord, but the world has mortified. It took them 2 days to get him back. By the time I saw him, it was too late. I can less his grace suffering, but only the gods can heal him now. How long? Ned asked. By right, he should be dead already. I have never seen a man clinging to life so fiercely. My brother was always strong. Lord Raleigh said, not wise, perhaps, but strong. In the sweltering heat of the bench chamber, his brow was slick with sweat. He might have been Robert's ghost as he stood there, young and dark and handsome. He slew the bow. His entries were sliding from his belly, yet somehow he slew the bow. His voice was full of wonder. Robert was never a man to leave the battleground so long as a four remained standing. Ned told him. Outside the door, Sir Barrister Serrel still guarded the tower stairs. Master Percy has given Robert the milk of the puppy. Ned told him, see that no one disturb his rest without leave from me. It shall be as your command, my lord. Sir Barrister seems old beyond his years. I have failed my sacred trust. Even the trust at knights cannot protect a king against himself. Ned said, Robert loved to hunt boars. I have seen him take 1,000 of them. He would stand in his ground without flinching his leg breech, the great spear in his hand, and as often as not he would cross the bow as it changed, and wait until the last possible second, until it was almost on him, before he killed it with a single shot and savage thrust. No one could know this one would be dead. You are kind to say so, Lord Edda. The king himself said as much. He blamed the wine. The white-haired knight gave a weary nod. His grace was riding in his saddle by the time we flushed the bow from his hair. Yet he commanded us all to stand aside. I wonder, Sir Barrister asked very so quickly, who gave the king this wine? Ned had not heard the eunuch approach. But when he looked around, there he stood. He wore a black velvet robe that brushed the floor, and his face was freshly powdered. The wine was from the king's own skin. Sir Barrister said, only one skin until such thirsty work. I did not keep count, more than one. For a certainty, his squire would fetch him a fresh skin whenever he required it. Such a dirty boy, said Varys, to make certain his grace did not lack of refreshment, neither the bitter taste in his mouth. He recalled the two fair-haired boys Robert had sent chasing after a breastplate stretcher. The king had told everyone the tales that night at the feast, laughing until he shook. Which squire? The elder said, Sir Barrister. Lancer, I know the lad well, said Varys, a stalwart boy. Sir Keval Lannister's son, nephew to Lord Tywin and cousin to the Queen. I hope the dear sweet lad does not blame himself. Children are so vulnerable in the innocency of their youth. How well do I remember? Certainly, Varys had once been young. Ned doubted that he had ever been innocent. You mentioned children. Robert had a change of heart concerning dynasty Targaryen. Whatever arrangements you made, I want unmarred at once. Alas, said Varys, at once may be too late. I fear those beds are flawed, but I shall do what I can. My lord, with your leave. He bowed and vanished down the stairs, his soft-soled slippers whispering against the stone as he made his descent. Cade and Thomas were helping Ned across the bridge when Lord Raleigh emerged from Morgan's. Hold fast, Lord Elder. He called after Ned and women, if you could be so kind. Ned stopped. As you wish. Raleigh walked to his side. Send your men away. They met in the center of the bridge. The dry moor beneath them. Moonlight silvered the crow's edge of the spike that lined his bed. Ned gestured. Thomas, Ad, and Kai bowed their heads and backed away respectfully. Lord Raleigh glanced worriedly at Sir Barrows on the far end of the spark. At Sir Preston in the doorway behind them, that later he leaned close. Was it the Regency? As my brother named you protector, he did not wait for a reply. My lord, I have 30 men in my personal guard and other friends besides knight and lord. Give me an hour and I can put 100 swords in your hand. And what should I do with 100 swords? My lord, strike now while the castle sleeps. Rennie looked back at Sir Boros again and dropped his voice to an urgent whisper. We must get Joffrey away from his mother and take him in hand, protector or not, or no. The man who owed the kingdom. We should seize Messala and Tommen as well. Once we have our children, Caesar will not dare oppose us. The council will confirm you as Lord, Protector, and make Joffrey your ward. Ned regarded him coolly. Robert is not there yet. The gods may spare him. If not, I shall convene the council to hear his final word and consider the matter of the succession. But I will not dishonor his last hour on earth by shedding blood in his arm and dragging frightened children from their bed. Lord Raleigh took a step back, thought as a bowstring. Every moment you delay gives Caesar another moment to prepare. By the time Robert dies, it may be too late. For both of us, then we should pray that Robert does not die. Small chance of that, said Raleigh. Sometimes the gods are merciful. The Lannisters are not. Lord Raleigh turned away and went back across the moor to the tower where his brother lay dying. By the time Ned returned to his chamber, he felt weary and headsick, yet there was no question of his going back to sleep. Not now. When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die. Cersei Lannister had told him in God's will. He found himself wondering if he had done the right thing by refusing Lord Rally's offer. He had no taste for this intrigue, and there was no honor in threatening children. And yet, if Caesar elected to fight rather than flee, he might well have need of Rally's 100 swords and more besides. I want Littlefinger, he told Kyle. If he's not in his chamber, take as many men as you need, and search every wine sink and war house in King's Landing until you find him. Bring him to me before break of day. Cain bowed and took his leave, and Ned turned to Thomas. The wind which sailed on the evening tide. Have you chosen the escort? 10 men and took him leave, and Ned turned to Thomas. The wind which sailed on the evening tide. Have you chosen the escort? 10 men with Porter in command, 20 and you will command. Ned said Porter was a brave man, but headstrong. He would do well to make the tyrants his friend. Sir Loras is young, said Ned. I discern he will outgrow the disappointment. And Sir Ernst, the eunuch, struck a plump cheek. Is the king justice, after all, sending other men to do his office? Some might construe that as a grave insult. No slight was intended. In truth, Ned did not trust the new knight, though perhaps that was only because he misliked executioner. I remind you the tenants are bannermen to ask Lannister. I thought it best to choose men who own Lord Tywin no fitty. Very prudent, no doubt. Very sad. Still, I chanced to see Sir Imp in the back of that hall, staring at us with those pale eyes of his, and I must say he did not look pleased, though to be sure it is hard to tell with our silent nights. I hope he outgrows his disappointment as well. He does so love his work. Next, Sansa, he would not send Sir Loras. Sansa told James Spoon that night as they shared a cold supper by lamplight. I think it was because of his leg. Lord Edda had taken his supper in his bedchamber with Arwen and Veyon Poole. The better to rest his broken legs, and Septa Morden had complained of sore feet after standing in the gallery all day. Arya was supposed to join them, but she was late coming back from her dancing lesson. His leg, Jane said, uncertainly. She was a pretty dark-haired girl of Sansa's own age. Did Sir Lora hurt his leg? Not his leg, Sansa said, nibbling delicately at a chicken leg. Father's leg, silly, it hurts him ever so much. It makes him cross. Otherwise, I am certain he would have sent Sir Loras. Her father's decision still bewailed her. When the King's Knight of Flower had spoken up, she had been sure she was about to see one of Old Nan's story come to life. Sir Gregor was the monster and Sir Lawrence the true hero who would stay him. He even looked a true hero, so slim and beautiful, with golden roses around his slender waist, and his rich brown hair tumbling down into his eyes. And then father had refused him. It had upset her more than she could tell. She had said as much to Septa Morden as they descended the stairs from the gallery, but the Septa had only told her it was not her place to question her Lord Father's decision. That was when Lord Baelish had said, "Oh, I don't know, Septa. Some of our Lord Father's decisions could do with a bit of questioning. The young lady is as wise as she is lovely." He made a sweeping bow to Sansa, so deep she was not quite sure if this was being compliment or mock. Septa Morden had been very upset to realize that Lord Baelish had overheard them. "The girl was just talking, my lord," she still said, fully shattered. She meant nothing by the comment. Lord Baelish stroked his little pointed bear and said, "Nothing, tell me, child, why would you have sent her Sir Lawrence?" Sansa had no choice but to explain about heroes and monsters. The king Casimir smiled. Well, those are not the reason I have given birth. He had touched her cheek, his thumb slightly tracing the line of his cheekbone. Life is not a song, swelling, sweetly. You may learn that one day to your sorrow. Sansa did not feel like telling all that to James. However, it made her unease just to think back on it. Sir Lynch, the king's justice, not for Sir Lawrence. James said, Lord Edda should have sent him. Sansa showed that every time she looked at Sir Lynch's face, she shivered. It made her feel as though something dead was slithering over her neck skin. Sir Lynch, almost like a second monster. I am glad father did not pick me. Lord Varys is as much a hero as Sir Lawrence. He did ever so brave and gallant, I suppose. Sansa said doubtfully. Varys, Dodorian, was handsome enough, but he was awfully old, almost 22. The Knight of Flower would have been much better. Of course, Jane had been in love with Lord Varys ever since she had first glimpsed him in the least. Sansa thought she was being silly. Jane was only a steward daughter after all, and no matter how much she moved after him, Lord Varys would never look at someone so far beneath him, even if she had not been half his age. It would have been unkind to say, however, so Sansa took a sip of milk and changed the subject. I had a dream that Joffrey would be the one to take the White Hart. She said, it had been more of a wish, actually, but it sounded better to call it a dream. Everyone knew that dreams were prophetic. White Hart were supposed to be very rare and magical, and in her heart she knew her gallant prince was worthier than his drunk good father. A dream, truly, did Prince Joffrey just go up to it and touch it with his bare hand and do it no harm? No, Sansa said, he shoot it with a golden arrow and brought it back for me. In the song, the knight never killed magical beasts. They just went up to them and touched them and beat them no harm. But she knew Joffrey liked hunting, especially the killing part only animals thought. Sansa was certain her prince had no part in murdering Joffrey and those other poor men. That had been his wicked uncle, the Kingslayer. She knew her father was still angry about that, but it was not fair to blame Joe. That would be like blaming her for something that Arya had done. I saw your sister this afternoon. Jane blunted out as if she had been reading Sansa thoughts. She was walking through the stable on her hand. Why would she do a thing like that? I am sure I don't know why Arya does anything. Sansa hated stubble, smelly place full of manure and flies. Even when she went riding, she liked the boy to saddle the horse and bring it to her in the yard. Do you want to hear about the court or not? I do, Jane said. There was a black brother, Sansa said, begging them for the war. Only he was king of old and smelly. She had not liked that at all. She had always imagined the Night Watch to be men like Uncle Benji. In the song, they were called the Black Knight of the World. But this man had been cropped back an idiot, and he looked as though he might have lied if this was what the Night Watch was truly like. She felt sorry for her bastard half-brother. Jon father asked if there were any knights in the hall who would do honor to their past houses by taking the black, but no one came forward. So he gave it this Yoren his pick of the king's dungeon and sent him on his way. And later these two brothers came before him, free riders from the Domach marches, and pledged their sword to their service of the king. Father accepted their oath. Jane, are there any lemon cake? Sansa did not like being interrupted, but she had to admit lemon cake sounded more interesting than most of what had gone on in the throne room. Let's see, she said. The kitchen yielded no lemon cake, but they did find half of a cold strawberry pie, and that was almost as good. They ate it on the tower stairs, giggling and gossiping and sharing secrets, and Sansa went to bed that night feeling almost as weak as Arya. The next morning she woke before first light and crept sleepily to her window to watch Lord Barry's front of his men. They rode out as dawn, as breaking over the city, with 3 banners going before them. The grand stag of the king flew from the high star, the dial from Stark and Lord Barry's own folk lightning standard from Shota Pole. It was all so exciting, a song come to life. The clatter of sword, the flicker of torchlight, banner dancing in the wind, horses snorting and winning the golden glow of sunrise, glancing through the bars of the portcullis as it jerked upward. The Winterfell men looked especially fine in their civilly made and long grey cloth. Ali carries the stag banner. When she saw him rein in beside Lord Barry's to exchange words, it made Sansa feel ever so proud. Ali was handsomer than Jory had been. It was going to be a night one day. The toe of the hand seems to empty after they left that Sansa was even pleased to see Arya when she went down to break her fast. Where is everyone? Her sister wanted to know as she ripped the skin from a blood orange. Did father send them to hunt down Jaime Lannister? Sansa sighed. They rode with Lord Varys to end Sir Gregor Clegane. She turned to Septa Morden, who was eating porridge with a wooden spoon. Septa, will Lord Varys spike Sir Gregor's head on his own gate or bring it back here for the king? She and Jane would have been arguing over that last night. The Septa was horror-struck. A lady does not discuss such things over a porridge. Where are your courtesy? Sansa, I swear, of late you have been near as bad as your sister. What did Gregor do? Arya asked. He burned down a old fast and murdered a lot of people, women and children too. Arya screwed up, her face in his coat. Jaime Lannister murdered Jory and Howard and Will, and the aunt murderer Micah. Someday should have beheaded them. It is not the same, Sansa said. The aunt is Joffrey's sword, a shield. Your butcher boy attacked the prey. Liar, Arya said. Her hand clenched the blood orange so hard that red juice oozed between her fingers. Go ahead, call me all the names you want. Sansa said hurriedly. You would not dare when I am married to Joffrey. You will have to bow to me and call me your grace. She shrieked as Arya flopped the orange across the table. It caught her in the middle of the forehead with a wet squish and plunged down into her lap. You have juice on your face, your grace. Arya said it was running down her nose and stinging her eye. Sansa wiped it away with a napkin when she saw what the fruit in her lap had done to her beautiful ivory silk dress. They shrieked again. You are horrible, she screamed at her sister. They should have killed you instead of lady. Septa Morden came lashing to her feet. You Lord Father will hear of this. Go to your chamber at once. At once? Me too? Tears wailed in Sansa's eyes. That's not fair. The matter is someone more solid and sensible to keep watch over his daughter as you wish, Emlyn. Tom said, cannot say I will be sad to see the back of this place. I miss the wife. We passed near Dragonstone when you turned north. I need to deliver a letter for me. Tom looked apprehensively to Dragonstone, Emlyn. The island fortress of houses. Targaryen had a sinister repute. Tell Captain Coles to hoist my banner as soon as he comes in sight of the island. They may be wary of unexpected visitor. If he is reluctant, offer him whatever it takes. I will give you a letter to place into the hand of the Lord Stannis Baratheon. No one else, not his steward, nor the captain of his guard, nor his lady wife, but only Lord Stannis himself. As you command them, Lord, when Tommen had left him, Lord Eddard Stark sat staring at the flame of the candle that burned beside him on the table. For a moment, his grief overwhelmed him. He wanted nothing so much as to seek out the ghost wood, to kneel before the earth tree and pray for the life of Robert Baratheon, who had been more than a brother to him. Men would whisper afterward that Eddard Stark had betrayed his king's friendship and disinherited his son. He could only hope that his boss would know better and that Robert would learn the truth of it in the land beyond the grave. Ned took out the king's last letter, a roll of crisp white parchment sealed with golden wax, a few short words and a smell of blood. How shall the difference between victory and defeat, between life and death? He drew out a fresh sheet of paper and dipped liquid in the ink pot to his grace, Stannis of the House Baratheon. He wrote, by the time you receive this letter, your brother Robert, our king, this past 15 years, will be dead. He was served by a boar whist hunting in the king's ward. The letter seems to write and twist on the paper as his hand trailed to a stop. Lord Tywin and Sir Jaime were not meant to suffer disgrace meekly. They would fight rather than flee. No doubt Lord Stannis was worried after the murder of Jon Arryn, but it was imperative that he sail for King's Landing at once with all his power before the Lannister could march. Ned chose each word with care. When it was done, he signed the letter Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, and of the King and Protector of the realm, blotted the paper, folded it twice, and melted the sealed wax over the candle flame. His regency would be a short one. He reflected as the wax softened, the new king would choose his own, and Ned would be free to go home. The thought of Winterfell brought a warm smile to his face. He wanted to hear Bran's laughter once more, to go hawking with Robb, to watch Rickon at play. He wanted to drift off to a dreamless sleep in his own bed, with his arm wrapped tight around his lady. Catelyn returned as he was pressing the direwolf seat down into the soft white wax. Desmond was with him, and between them Littlefinger. Ned thanked his guard and sent them away. Lord Petty was clad on the blue velvet tunic and puffed sleeve. His sleevey cape panted with mockingbird. I suppose congratulations are in order, he said as he seated himself. Ned called. The king lies wounded and near to death. I know, Littlefinger said. I also know that Robert has named you the protector of the realm. Ned's eyes flicked to the king's letter on the table beside him, its seal unbroken, and how it is you know that, my lord. Very heated us much, Littlefinger said, and you have just confirmed it. Ned's mouth twisted in anger. Then Merry and his little death. Catelyn spoke truly. The man has some black art. I do not trust him. Excellent, you are learning. Littlefinger leaned forward. The Wigger you did not drag me here in the black of night to discuss the eunuch. No, Ned admitted, I know the secret. Jon Arryn was murdered to protect. Robert will have no true-born son behind him, Joffrey and Tommen, a Jaime Lannister bastard, born of his incestuous girl as well. No doubt. So when the king dies, the throne by right passes to Lord Stannis. The head of the Roberts' two brothers, Lord Petty, stroked his pointed beard as he considered the matter. So it would seem, unless, my lord, there is no seeming to this Stannis is the heir. Nothing can change that. Stannis cannot take the throne without your heir. If you are wise, you will make certain Joffrey succeed. Ned gave him a stony stare. Have you no shred of honor or a shred? Surely, Littlefinger replied. Negligently, hear me out. Stannis is not a friend of yours, nor of mine. Even his brother can scarcely stomach him. The man is iron, armed and unyielding. He will give us a new hand and a new counsel for a certainty. No doubt he will thank you for handing him the crown, but he will not love you for it, and his accent will mean war. Stannis cannot rest easy on the throne until Sansa and her bastard are dead. Do you think Lord Tywin will sit idle while his daughter's head is measured for a spike? Casterly Rock will ride, and not alone. Robert found it in him to pardon men who serve King Harry. So this is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ibesa, A Game of Thrones. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ibesa, A Game of Thrones.
Book of A Song of Ice and Fire, George R.R. Martin.
So long as he did him fitting. Stannis is less forgiven. He will not have forgotten the siege of Storm and the Lord, Tyrus and Redwing thereof. Every man who fought beneath the dragon's banner or rose with Balon Greyjoy will have good cause to fear. Sid Stannis is on the iron throne, and I promise you the realm will bleed. Now look at the other side of the coin. Joffrey is between, and Robert gave you the regency. My lord, you are the hand of the king and protector of the realm. The power is yours. Lord Stark, all you need to do is reach out and take it. Take your peace with the Lannister and release the imp. Wed Joffrey to your Sansa. Wed your younger girl to Prince Tommen and your heir to Myrcella. It will be 4 years before Joffrey comes of age. By then, he will look to you as a second father, and if not, well, 4 years is a good long while, my lord. Long enough to dispose of Lord Stannis. Then, should Joffrey prove troublesome, we can reveal his little secret and put Lord Raleigh on the throne. We, Ned repeated. Littlefinger gave a shrug. You will need someone to share your burdens, I assure you, my prince. Would be modest. Your prince, Ned's voice was high. Lord Baelish, what you suggest is treason. Only if we lose. You forget, Ned told me, you forget John Arryn, you forget Jory Castle, and you forget this. He drew the dagger and laid it on the table between them, a length of dragon bones and Valyrian steel, as sharp as the difference between right and wrong, between true and false, between life and death. They will send a man to cut my son's throat. Lord Baelish, Littlefinger sighed. I fear I did forget. My lord, pray forgive me. For a moment, I did not remember that I was talking to a Stark. His mouth quick, so it will be Stannis and war. It is not a choice. Stannis is the head. Far be it from me to dispute the Lord Protector. What would you have of me? Then, not my wisdom for a certainty. I shall do my best to forget your wisdom, Ned said with distaste. I call you here to ask for the help you promised, Captain. This is a perilous hour for all of us. Robert has named me Protector. True enough, but in the eyes of the world, Joffrey is still his son and heir. The Queen has a dozen knights and 100 men at arms who will do whatever she commands, enough to overwhelm what remains of my own household. Yeah. And for all I know, our brother Jaime may be riding for King's Landing even as we speak, with a Lannister host at his back, and without an army. Littlefinger toyed with the dagger on the table, turning it slowly with a finger. There is small love lost between Lord Raleigh and the Lannister. Rose Young, Royce, Sir Balon, Swamp, Saloras, Lady Tida, the Red Wing twin. Each of them has a retinue of knights and sword year at court. Willa has 30 men with personal guard. The rest even fewer. It is not enough even if I could be certain that all of them will choose to give me their allegiance. I must have the gold claw. The city watch is 2,000 strong, sword to defend the castle, the city, and the king's. But when the queens proclaim one king and the other another, whose peace do they protect? Lord Petty flicked at the dagger with his finger, sitting its spine in place, ran around it again, wobbling as it turned, when at last it slowed to a stop. The blade pointed at Littlefinger. Why, there is your answer, he said, smiling. They follow the man who pays them. He leaned back and looked Ned full in the face. His grey-green eyes bright with mockery. You wear your honor like a suit of armor. Stark, you think it keeps you safe? But all it does is weigh you down and make it hard for you to move. Look at you now. You know why you summoned me here. You know what you want to ask me to do. You know it has to be done, but it is not honorable. So the word stink is your throat. Ned's neck was rigid with tension. For a moment he was so angry that he did not trust himself to speak. Little finger, laugh. I ought to make you say it, but that would be cruel. So have no fear, my good Lord. For the sake of the law I bear for Kathleen, I will go to Jonas, slide this very honor, this hour, and make certain that the city watch is yours. 6 hours gold piece should do it. A third for the command, a third for the officer, a third for the men. We might be able to buy them for half that much, but I prefer not to take chance. Smiling, he plucked up the dagger and offered it to Ned. If first, next, John was breaking his fast on apple cake and blood sausage when Samuel Tally plumped himself down on the bench. I have been summoned to serve. Sam said, in an excited whisper, they are passing you out of a training. I am not to make a brother with the rest of you. Can you believe it? No, truly, I am to assist Master Amos with the library and the birds. He needs someone who can read and write letters. You will do well at that, John said, smiling. Sam glanced about anxiously. Is it time to go? I should not be late. They might change their mind. He was fairly bouncing as they crossed the Weed Street courtyard. The day was warm and sunny. Rivulets of water trickled down the side of the wall, so the eye seems to sparkle and shine. Inside itself, the great crystal caught the morning light as it streamed through the south-facing window and spread it in a rainbow on the altar. Peace man dropped open when he caught sight of Sam and told poked grain in the reel, but no one dared say a word. Scepter Celada was swinging a censer, filling the air with fragrant incense that reminded John of Lady Stark, little Sept in Winterfell. For once the Scepter seemed sober. The high officer arrived in a body. Master Amon, leaning on a cedar, said Alisa coded and grinned. Lord Commander Mormon, resplendent in his black wool doublet with silver beard cloth fastened. Behind them came the senior members of the Tree Order. Red-faced Bowen marched the Lord Steward, First Binder Otto Yerwick, and Sir James Ricker, who commanded the Rangers in his absence of Benjamin Stark. Mormon stood before the altar, the rainbow shining on his broad-bald head. You came to us after all, he began, pusher, rapper, debtor, killer, and thieves. You came to us, children. You came to us alone in shame, with neither friend nor honor. You came to us rich, and you came to us poor. Some of you bear the names of proud houses. Others have only bastard name, or not name at all. It makes no matter, all that is past now. On the wall, we are all one house at Hillford, as the sun set and we face the gathering night. You shall take your vows from that moment. You will be a sword brother of the night watch. Your crime will be washed away, your debt forgiven. So too you must wash away your former loyalties. Put aside your grudges. Forget old wrongs and old laws alike. Here you begin anew. A man of the night watch live his life for the realm, not for a king, nor a lord, nor the honor of this house or that house, neither for gold nor glory, nor a woman's love, but for the realm. All the people in it. A man of the night watch takes no wife, and father no son. Our wives is duty, our mistress is honor, and you are the only son we shall ever know. You have learned the words of the vow. Think carefully before you say them. For once you have taken the black, there is no turning back. The penalty for deception is death. The old bear paused for a moment before it said, are there any among you who wish to leave our company? If so, go now, and no one shall think the less of you. No one moved. Well and good. And Mormons, You may take your vows here at eve fall, before Septon, Selander, and the first of your order. Do any of you keep to the old gods? Just stood, I do, my lord. I expect you will want to say your word before a hard trees, as your uncle did. Mammon said, yes, my lord. John said, the gods of the sept have nothing to do with him. The blood of the first men flowing in the veins of the stars. He had grey whispering behind him. There is no ghostwood. Yea, is there? I never saw a ghostwood. You would not see a herb of Orosh until they strangle you into the snow. P whispered back, I would so. Granny insisted, I did see them a long way off. Mormon himself confirmed Brainstaff, Castle Black has no need of a ghostwood. Beyond the walls, the haunted forest stands as it stood in the dawn age, long before the others brought the seven across the narrow sea. You will find a grove of wirewood, half a league from this spot, and may up your gods as well. My lord, the voice made John glance back in surprise. Somewhere Tally was on his feet. The fat boy whipped his sweaty palms against his stomach. Might I go as well to say my word at this art tree? Does ours Tally keep the old gods too? Momo asks, no, my lord. Sam replies in a thin, nervous voice. The high officer frightened him. John knew the old bear most of all. I was named in the light of the seventh at the set on hills, as my father was, and his father and all the Tally for 1,000 years. Why would you forsake the gods of your father and your house? Wondered Sir Jeremy Rickard. The night watch is my house now. Sam said, the seventh have never answered my prayers, but perhaps the old gods will. As you wish, boy, Mahmoud said. Sam took his seat again, as did John. We have placed each of you in an order as befelt our need and your own strength and skills. Bowemarch stepped forward and handed him a paper. The Lord Commander unrolled it and began to read. Either to the book builder, he began, either gave a stiff or none of approval. Grant to the Rangers, Herbert to the builder, Pippa to the Rangers. Pi looked over at John and wiggled his ears. Samuel to the steward. Sam sighed with relief, mopping at his brow with a scrap of silk. Mortar to the Rangers. Diamond to the steward. Thunder to the Rangers. John to the steward. The steward for a moment, John could not believe what he had heard. Mormon must have read it wrong. He started to rise. He opened his mouth to tell them there had been a mistake, and then he saw Sir Alisa studying him, eyes shining as two flakes of obsidian, and he knew the old bear rolled off the paper. Your first will instruct you in your duties. May all the gods preserve you. Brother, the Lord commanded, favor them with the half-bow, and took his leave. Sir Alisa went with him, a thin smile on his face. John had never seen the master at arms look quite so happy. Rangers with me? Sir Jeremy Ricker called when they were gone. P was staring at John as he got slowly to his feet. His ear were red, grimy. Broadly did not seem to realize that anything was amiss. Matt and Todd fell in beside them, and they followed Sir Jeremy from the step. Builder announced later jail order. Yao, Ada and Albert trailed out after him. John looked around him in sick disbelief. Master Amon blinked eyes were raised towards the light he could not see. The Septon was arranging crystal on the altar. Only Sam and Dacon remained on the bench. A fat boy, a singer, and him, Lord Stewart, Boy, Marsh rubbed his plumb hand together. Samuel, you will assist Master Amon in the rockery and library. Chest is going to the canon to help with the horns. You shall have his cell so as to be close to the master night and day. I trust you will take good care of him. He is very good and very precious to us. Dorian, I am told that you sang at many at Lord table and shared their meat and meal. We are sending you to Eastwash. It may be your palate will be soon able to counterfeit when mash and garlic comes trading. We are paying 2 for salt beef and beautiful fish, and the quality of the olive oil we are getting has been fried food. Present yourself to Bacchus when you arrive. He will keep you busy between sheep. Marsh turned his smile on John. Lord Commander, Mahmoud has requested you for his personal steward. John, you will sleep in his cell beneath his chamber in the Lord's Commander Tower. And what will my duties be? John asked sharply. Will I serve the Lord Commander meal, help him fasten his cloth, fetch hot water for his bath? Certainly, Marsh should frown at John, and you will run his message, keep a fire burning in his chamber, change his sheet and blanket daily, and do all else that the Lord commanded might require of you. Do you take me for a servant? No, Master Amos said, from the back of the set. Clydas helped him stand. He took you for a man of the night watch, but perhaps we were wrong in that it was all John could do to stop himself from working out. Was he supposed to shun butter and sew doublet like a girl for the rest of his day? May I go? He asked stiffly. As to which, Bowen March responded. Dorian and Sam left with him. They descended to the yard in silence. Outside, John looked up at the wall, shining in the sun, the melting ice creeping down its inside in 100 tiny fingers. John's range was such that he would have smashed it all in an instant, and the world beat them. John Samuel Tally was excited. Wait, don't you see what they are doing? John turned on him in a fury. I see, sir, at least a bloody hand, that's all I see. He wanted to shame me, and he asked. Dorian gave him a look. The steward are fine for the like of you and me. Sam, but not for Don Snow. I am a better swordman and a better rider than any of you. John blazed back. It is not fair. Fair Dorian sneered. The girl was waiting for me, naked as the day she was born. She pulled me through the window, and you talked to me of her. He walked off. There is no shame in being a steward. Sam said, do you think I want to spend the rest of my life washing an old man, my small clothes? The old man is Lord, Commander of the Night Watch. Sam reminded him, you will be with him day and night. Yes, you will pour his wine and see that his bed line is fresh, but you will also take his letter, attend him at meeting, squire for him in battle. You will be as close to him as his shadow. You will know everything, be a part of everything. And the Lord steward said, Mama asked for you himself when I was little. My father used to insist that I attend him in the audience chamber whenever he held court. When he rode to High Garden to bend his knee to Lord Tyra, he made me come. Later thought he started to take the deacon and leave me at home. And he no longer cared whether I sat through his audience so long as Deacon was there. He wanted his heir at his side. Don't you see? To watch and listen and learn from all he did. I will wager. That's why Lord Mahmoud requested you. John, what else would it be? He wanted to groom you for command. John was taken aback. It was true. Lord Edda had often made drop part of his counsel back at Winterfell. Cold Sam be right? Even a bastard could rise high in the night's watch. He said, I never asked for this. He said stubbornly, none of us are here for asking. Sam reminded him, and suddenly Jon Snow was ashamed, craving or not. Samuel Tally had found the courage to accept his fate. Like a man on the wall, a man gets only what he earns. Benjen Stark had said the last night Jon had seen him alive. Said you are no ranger, Jon only a green boy. with the smell of summer still anew. He would heard it said that bastard grows up faster than all his children. On the wall, you grew up or you died. John let out a deep sigh. You have this right of it. I was acting the boy. Then you will stay and say your words with me. The old gods will be expecting us. He made himself smile. They set out late that afternoon. The wall had no gate as such, neither here at Castle Black, nor anywhere along its 300 miles. They led their horses down a narrow tunnel, cut through the ice, cold dark wall pressing in around them as the passage twisted and turned. 3 times their way was blocked by iron bars, and they had to stop while Bowen Marsh drew out his key and unlocked the massive chain that secured them. John could sense the vast weight pressing down on him as he waited behind the Lord Steward. The air was colder than he thought, and more still. He felt a strange relief when they re-emerged into the afternoon light on the north side of the wall. Sam blinked at the sudden glare and looked around apprehensively. The wildlings, they would not. They never dare come this close to the wall. Would they? They never have. John climbed into his saddle when Bowers March and their rangers escort and mounted John, put 2 fingers in his mouth, and whistled ghosts came looking out of the tunnel. The Lord Steward Garrow weakened and backed away from the direwolf. Do you mean to take that beast? Yes, my lord, John said. Ghost. Head lifted. He seems to taste the air in the blink of an eye. He was off, racing across the broad, with choked feet to vanish in the streets. Once they had entered the forest, they were in a different world. John had often hunted with his father and Jory and his brother Rob. He knew the wolf world around Winterfell as well as any man. The haunted forest was much the same, and yet the feel of it was very different. Perhaps it was all in the knowing. They had ridden past the end of the world. Somehow that changed everything. Every shadow seems darker, every sound more ominous. The trees pressed close and shut out the light of the setting sun. A thin crust of the snow cracked beneath the hoofs of their horses with a sound like breaking bones when the wind set the leaves to wrestle. It was like a chilly finger tracing a path up John's spine. The world was at their back, and only the gods knew what lay ahead. The sun was sinking below the trees when they reached their destination. A small clearing in the deep of the wood where 9 wirewood grew in a rough circle. John drew in a breath, and he saw Sam Tally staring even in the wolf's wall. You never found more than 2 or 3 of the white trees growing together. A group of 9 was unheard of. The frost floor was carpeted with falling leaves, blood red on top, black rot beneath. The wide smooth trunk were bone pale, and 9 faces stared inward. The dried sap that crusted in the eyes was red and hard as strawberry. Bowers Marsh commanded them to leave their horses outside the circle. This is a sack place. We will not define it. When they entered the group, Samuel Tally turned slowly, looking at each face in turn. No 2 were quite alike. They are watching us, he whispered, the old gods. Yes, John knew, and Sam knew beside him. They said the word together. As the last night faded in the west and grew day became black night. Hear my words and bear my witness to my vow. They recited their voice filling the twilight roof. Night gathered, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lambs, father no children. I shall wear no crown and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the wash on the wall. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horns that wakes the sleepers. the sheep that guards the realms of men, I pledge my life and honor to the night watch. For this night, all the night to come, the wood fell silent. Ye knelt as boys, bold marched into Solem. Rise now as men of the night watch to come. The wood fell silent. You knelt as boys. John held up a hand to pull Sam back to his feet. The rangers gathered round to offer smiles and congratulations to all but the glad old forest. Then when West Best will be starting back, Emlord is said to Bowen's march, dark falling, and there's something in the smell. Oh, the night that I mislike. And Solid Ghost was back, stacking a softly between two wirewoods, white fur and red eyes. Joe realized discreeted, like the trees. The wolf had something in his jaw, something black. He got there. Asked Bowen march, frowning. To meet Ghost, John knelt, bring it here. The dire wolf trotted to him. John ate Samuel Tally sharp intake of bread. God be good. Dying with mortar. That's the hand. That's hand. Next, Edda, the grey light of dawn was streaming through his window. When the thunder of the wolf beef awoke Edda Stark from his brief, exhausted sleep, he lifted his head from the table to look down into the yard. Below, men in maize and leather and crimson claw were making the muddy ring to the sound of sword and riding down mock warriors stuffed with straw. Ned watched Sander Cleggan gallop across the unpacked ground to drive an iron-tipped lance through a dummy head. Canvas washed, ripped and straw exploded and Lannister gasping. Joke and Cox, is this brave show for my benefit? He wondered if so, Caesar was a greater fool than he did imagine. Denver, he thought, why is this woman not fled? I have given her chance after chance. The morning was overcast and gray. Ned broke his fast with his daughters and Septa model. Sasa still disconsolate, stared solemn at her food and refused to eat. The terrier wolfed down everything that was set in front of her. Siren said, we have time for one last season before we take ship this evening. She said, can I, Father, all my things are packed. A short lesson and make certain you leave yourself time to bathe and change. I want you ready to leave by midday. Is that understood? By midday, Arya said. Sasa looked up from her food. If she can have a dancing lesson, why would not you let me say farewell to Prince Joffrey? I would gladly go with her. Lord Edda, Septa, Mother offered. There would be no question of our missing the ship. It would not be wise for you to go to Joffrey right now. Sasa, I am sorry. Sasa eyes filled with tears. But why? Sasa, your Lord Father knows best. Septa Mother said, you are not able to question his decision. It is not fair. Sasa pushed back from her table, knocked over her chair and ran weeping from his shoulder. Septa Mother rose, but Ned gestured her back to her seat. Let her go, Septa. I will try to make her understand when we are all safely back in Winterfell. The Septa bowed her head and sat down to finish her breakfast. It was an hour later when Grandmaster Percy came to Edda Stark in his solar. His shadow slumped as if the weight of the great master chain around his neck had become too great to bear. My lord, he said, King Robert is gone. The gods is giving him rest. No, Ned answered. He hated rest. The gods gave.
This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ibisa, A Game of Thrones. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ibisa, A Game of Thrones. Book of A Song of Ice and Fire, George R.R. Martin.
In love and laughter and the joy of righteous battle. It was strange how empty he had been expecting the visit, and yet With those words, something died within him. He would have given all his title for the freedom to weep, but he was Robert, and the hour he dreaded had come. Be so good as to summon the members of the council here to my solar. He told Percy the tower of the hand was as secure as he had. Thomas could make it. He could not say the same for the council chamber. My lord, Percy blinked. Surely the affair of the kingdom will keep till the morrow, when our grief is not so fresh. Ned was quite firm. I fear we must convey at once. Percy bowed. As the aunt commanded, he called the servant and sent them running, then gratefully accepted Ned's offer of a share and a cup of sweet beer. Sir Barrister Semi was the first to answer the summons. Immaculate in white claw and enamel scale. My lord, he said, my place is beside the young king now. Pray give me leave to attend him. Your place is here, Sir Barrister, Ned told me. Littlefinger came next, still garbed in the blue velvet and silver mocking bed. Cape he had worn the night previous. His boots, dusty from riding. My lord, he said, smiling at nothing in particular before he turned to Ned. That little tax you sent me is accomplished, Lord Edda. There is enter in a wash in lavender, pink from his bath, his plump face scrubbed and freshly powdered, his soft slipper all but soundless. The little bird sang a grievous song today. He said as he seated himself, the rain weep. Shall we begin? When Lord Raleigh arrived, Ned said, Varys gave him a sorrowful look. I fear Lord Raleigh has left the city. He left the city, Ned had counted on Raleigh's support. He took his leave through a posting gate an hour before dawn, accompanied by Sir Laura, Tyrell, and some 50 retainers. Very told them, when last sent, they were galloping south in some haste, no doubt bound for storm, end of Highgarden. So much for Raleigh and his 100 sword. Ned did not like the smell of that, but there was nothing to be done for it. He drew out Robert a last later. The king called me to his side last night and commanded me to record his final word. Lord Raleigh and Grandmaster Percy stood witness as Robert sealed the letter to be opened by the council after his death. Sir Barrister, if you would be so kind, the Lord Commander of the King's Guard examined the paper. King Robert sealed and unbroken. He opened the letter and read, Lord Edda Stark is here in name, protector of the realm, to rule as regent until the heir comes of age, and as it happens, he is of age. Ned reflected that he did not give voice to the thought. He trusted neither person now. Varys and Sir Barrister was honored, born to protect and defend the boy he thought his new king. The old knight would not abandon Joffrey easily. The need for deceit was a bitter taste in his mouth, but Ned knew he must tread softly here, must keep his counsel and play the game until he was firmly established as regent. There would be time enough to deal with the succession when Arya and Sansa were safely back in Winterfell, and Lord Stannis had returned to King's Landing with all his power. I would ask the council to confirm me as Lord Protector, as Robert wishes. Ned said, watching their faces, wondering what thoughts hid behind Percy are half-closed eyes, Littlefinger lazy half-smile, and a nervous flutter of Varys' fingers. The door opened. Fat Tom stepped into the solar. Pardon, my lord. The king's steward insists. The royal steward entered and bowed. Esteemed lord, the king demanded the immediate presence of his small council in his throne room. Ned had expected Caesar to strike quickly. The summons came as no surprise. The king is dead, he said, that we shall go with you. Nonetheless, Tom assembled an escort, if you would. Littlefinger gave Ned his hand to help him down the step. Very Percy and Sir Barrister followed closely behind. A double column of men at arms. in chainmail and steel hand was waiting outside the tower. 8 strong great claws snapped in the wind as the guardsmen marched them across the yard. There was no Lannister crimson to be seen, but Ned was reassured by the numbers of gold claws visible on the rampart and at the gate. Jonas Sly met them at the door to the throne room, armored in ornaments, black and gold plate, with a high crest M under one arm. The commander bowed stiffly. His men pushed open the great oak door, 20 feet tall and banded with bronze. The royal steward led them in. All hail his grace, Joffrey of the House Baratheon, and Lannister the first of his name, king of the Adams and the Rhaena and the first men, lord of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. He sang out. It was a long walk to the far end of the hall. When Joffrey waited atop the iron throne, supported by Littlefinger, Ned Stark slowly licked an oak towards the boy, who called himself king. The other followed. The first time he had come this way, he had been on horseback, sword in hand, and the Targaryen dragon had watched from the walls as he forced Jaime Lannister down from the throne. He wondered if Joffrey would step down quite so easily. 5 knights of the Kingsguard, all but Sir Jaime and Sir Barrister, they are arrayed in a crescent around the base of the throne. They were in full armor, enamel steel from end to end, long pale cloth over their shoulder, shining white shield strapped to their left arms. Sir Lannister and her 2 younger children stood behind Sir Borough and Sir Merry. The queen wore a gown of sea grey silk, trimmed with marriage locks as pale as foam. On her finger was a golden ring with an emerald, the size of a pigeon egg. On her head, a smashed tyrant. Above them, Prince Joffrey sat amidst the barbs and spiked in a cloth of gold doublet and a red satin cape. Sir Littlefinger was stationed at the foot of the throne step Marrow-stair. He wore mail and gold doublet and a red satin cape. Sir Littlefinger was stuffed grey plate and a snarling dog and hair. Behind the throne, 20 Lannister guardsmen waited with long swords, hanging from their beds, crimson cloth, draped their shoulders, and stepped lion crested their arms. But Littlefinger had kept his promise. All along the walls in front of Robert Tapestry, with their scene of hunt and battle, the gold claw round of the city watch stood stiffly to attention. Each man's hands elapsed around the half of an 8-foot-long spear, tipped in black iron. They outnumbered the Lannister 5-1. Ned's leg was a blaze of pain by the time he stopped. He kept a hand on Littlefinger's shoulder to help support his weight. Joffrey stood. His red satin cape was patterned in gold thread, 50 roaring lions to one side, 50 pressing stags to the other. I command the council to make all the necessary arrangements for my coronation. The boy proclaimed, I wish to be crowned within the fortnight today. I shall accept oath of fealty from my loyal councillor. Ned produced Robert later. Lord Varys, be so kind as to show this to my lady of Lannister. This eunuch carried the letter to Caesar. The queen glanced at the wall. Protector of the realm, she read, is this meant to be your shade, my lord? A piece of paper. She ripped the letter in half, ripped the half in quarters, and let the piece flutter to the floor. Those were the king's words. Sir Barrister said, Shock, we have a new king now. Sir Lannister replied, Lord Elder, when last we spoke, you gave me some counsel. Allow me to return the courtesy. Bend the knees, my lord. Bend the knees and swear fealty to my son, and we shall allow you to step down as hand and live out your days in the grey waste you call home. Would that I could. Ned said grimly. If she was so determined to force the issue, here and now, she left him no choice. Your son has no claim to the throne. He sits. Lord Stannis is Robert through head. Liar! Joffrey screamed, his face rending. Mother! What does he mean? Princess Marcella asked. The queen plaintively. Is not Joff the king now? You condemn yourself with your own mouth. Lord Stark said Cesar Lannister, Cesar Barrister, seized this traitor, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, hesitated in the blink of an eye. He was surrounded by Stark guardsmen, bursting in their male feast, and now the treason moved from words to deed. Cesar said, do you think Sir Barrister stand alone? My lord, with an ominous raps of metal on metals, the Huns drew the long sword. The knights of the Kingsguard and 20 Lannister guardsmen in crimson claw moved to support him. Kill him! The boy king screamed, down from the iron throne. Kill all of them, I command it. You leave me no choice. Ned told Cesar Lannister. He called out to Jon Snow. Commander, take the queen and her children into custody. Do them no harm, but escort them back to the royal apartment and keep them there. Under guard, men of watch. Jonas Sly shouted, donning his head. 100 gold claws leveled their spear and closed. I want no bloodshed, Ned told the queen. Tell your men to lay down their sword, and no one need with a single sharp thrust. The nearest cold claw drove his spear into Tamar's back. Phantom blades dropped from Neville's finger as the web thread went both out through his rib, piercing leather and mail. He was dead before his sword hit the floor. Ned shot him far too late. Jonah Sly himself slashed upon Valley throat. King Swire, still flashing, drove back the nearest spearman with a flurry of blows. For an instant it looked as though he might cut his way free. Then the horn was on him. Sabablinda first took off Kane's sword and at the wrist. His second drove him to his knees and opened him from shadow to breastbone. And as his men died around him, Littlefinger slid Ned's dagger from his sheath and shoved it up under his chin. His smile was apologetic. I did warn you not to trust me, you know. Arya high. Isara Forehead called out, slashing at her head. The stick sword clapped as Arya Paris left. He shouted and his blade came whistling. I darted to meet it. The crack made him click his teeth together. Right, he said, and low, and left again, fast and faster. Moving forward, Arya retreated before him, checking each blow. Lodge he won, and when he thrust, she sidestepped, swept his blade away, and slashed at his shadow. She almost touched him, almost so close it made her grin. A strand of egg gargled in her eyes, linked with sweat. She pushed it away with the back of her hand. Left Cyril sang out, though his sword was a blow, and the small hall echoes on the clap. Left, eye, left, right, left, low, left. The wooden blade caught her eye in the breast, a sudden stinging blow that hurt all the more because it came from the wrong side. Oh, she cried out. She would have a fresh bruise there by the time she went to sleep, somewhere out at sea. A bruise is a lesson, she told herself, and each lesson makes us better. Cyril stepped back. You are dead now. Arya made a face. You cheated, she said, hotly. You said left and you went right, just so, and now you are dead, girl. But you lie. My word lies, my eyes and my arms shouted at the truth. But you were not seen.
I was so, Arya said, I watch you every second. Watching is not sin. Dead girl, the water dancer, sin. Come put down the sword. Is it time for listening now? She followed him over to the wall, where he settled onto a bench. Sariofore was first sworn to the sailor of Bravos, and are you knowing how that came to pass? You were the finest swordman in the city, just so, but why other men were stronger, faster, younger? Why was Sariofore the best? I will tell you now. He touched the tip of his little finger, lightly to his eyelid. The saying, the true saying that is the heart of it. Hear me. The ship of Bravos sailed as far as the wind blows, to land strange and wonderful. And when they returned, their captain fetched quail animals to the sea lord. Menegarians, such animals you have never seen. Striped horses, great spotted thing with neck as long as stick. Arimus pig as big as cow. Stinking manticores, tigers that carry their cubs in a pouch, terrible walking lizard with sect for cloud. Sariofore has seen these things. On the day I am speaking of, the first one was nearly dead, and the sea lord sent for me. Many bravos had come to him, and as many had been set away, none could say why when I came into the presence. Beyond the sunrise, have you ever seen a like? He asked of me, and to him I said, each night in the abbey of Bravos I see 1,000 like him. And the sailor laughed, and that day I was named the first swan. Arya screwed up her face. I did not understand. Cyrus clicked his teeth together. The cat was an ordinary cat, no more. The other expected a fabulous big beast. That is what they saw. How large it was. They said it was no larger than any other cat, only fat from indolence. For the sea lord fed it from his own table. What curious small ears, they said it is. It said its ears had been chewed away in kitten fight, and it was plainly a tomcat. Yet the sea lord said, ah, and that is what the other saw. Are you hearing? Arya thought about it. You saw what was there. Just so opening your eyes is all that is needed. The heart lies and the head plays trick with us. But the eye sees through. Look with your eyes, hear with your ears, taste with your mouth, smell with your nose, feel with your skin. Then comes the thinking afterward. And in that way, knowing the truth, just so, said Arya, grinning Sariofore, allow himself a smile. I am thinking that's when we are reaching this Winterfell of yours. It will be time to put this needle in your arm. Yes, Arya said eagerly. Wait till I show Jones behind her the great wooden doors of the small hall flew open with a resounding crash. Arya, wide, a knight of the Kingsguard, stood beneath the arch of the door with 5 Lannister guardsmen. Arya behind him. He was in full armor, but his visor was up. Arya remembered his dropping eyes and rust-colored whiskey from when he had come to Winterfell with the king. Sir Merry Trant, the red claw wore main shirt to overboiled leather and steel cap with lion crest. Arya Stark. The knight said, come with us, child. Arya shook her lip uncertainly. What do you want? Your father wants to see you. Arya took a step forward. The Sariofore held her by the arm. And why is it that Lord Eddard is sending Lannister men in the place of his own? I am wondering. Mind your place, dancing master. Sir Merry said, this is no counsel of yours. My father will not send you. Arya said. She snatched up her stick sword. The Lannister laughed, put down the stick. Girl,
Samuel told her, I am a sworn brother of the king's guard, the white sword. So was the king's slayer when he killed the old king. Uriah said, I do not have to go with you if I do not want. Samuel in trance ran out of patience. Take her, he said to his men. He lowered the visor of his hand. 3 of them started forward, chain mail clinking softly with each step. Uriah was suddenly afraid. Fear cut deeper than sword. She told herself to slow the racing of her heart. Cyrus Forest stepped between them, tapping his wooden sword slightly against his boot. You will be stopping here. Are you men or dogs that you will threaten a child? Out of the way, old man. One of the red claws said. Cyrus still came, whistling up and ran against his hand. I am Cyrus Forest, and you will now be speaking to me with more respect. Bar bastard, the man yanked free his long sword. The stick moved against blinding fast. Uriah heard a loud crack as the sword went cracking to the stone floor. My hand, the gasman yipped, cracking his broken finger. You are quick for a dancing master, said Sir Mary. You are slow for a knight. Simon replied, kill the Bravoski and bring me the girl. The 9 in the white armor commanded. 4 Lannister guardsmen unsheathed their sword. The 5th with the broken finger spat and pulled free a dagger with his left hand. Cyrus Forest clicked his teeth together, sliding into his water dancer stance, presenting only his side to the foe. Uriah child, he called her, never looking, never taking his eyes off the Lannister. We are done with dancing for the day. Best, you are going now. Run to your father. Uriah did not want to leave me, but he had taught her to do as he said. Swift as a deer, she whispered. Just so, said Cyrus Forest as the Lannister closed. Uriah retreated, her own sword still clutched tightly in her hand. Watching him now, she realized that Cyrus had only been toiling with her when the red claw came at him from 3 sides with steel in the hands. The chain maze over their chests and arms, and steel copies sealed into their pants, but only leather on their legs. Their hands were bare, and the caps they wore had nose guard, but no visor over the eyes. Cyrus did not wait for them to reach him, but span to his left. Uriah had never seen a man move as fast. He checked one sword with his stick and wide away from his second. Off balance, the second man launched into the first. Cyrus put a boot to his back and the red claw went down together. The 3rd guard came leaping over them, slashing at the water dancer head. Cyrus ducked under his blade and thrust upward. The guardsman fell screaming as blood welled from the wet red holes where his left eyes had been. The fallen men were getting up. Cyrus kicked one in the face and snatched the steel cap of the other head. The dagger man stabbed at him. Cyrus caught the thrust in the helmet and shattered the man's kneecap with his stick. The last red claw shattered a course and changed, hacking down with both hands on his sword. Cyrus rolled right, and the butcher caught the helmless man between neck and shoulder as he struggled to his knee. The long sword struck through mail and leather and flesh. The man on his knee shrieked before his killer could wrench free his blade. Cyrus drove him in the apple of his throat. The guardsman gave a choke cry and staggered back, clutching at his neck. His fate blanking 5 men were down, dead or dying by the time Uriah reached the back door that opened on the kitchen. She heard Sir Mary tracked course, bloody oath, his sworn drawing his long sword from his scabbard.
Siron Forrest resumed his stance and clicked his teeth together. Arya shied. He called out, never looking at her. Be gone now, look with your eyes, he had said. She saw the knife in his pale armor, head to foot, leg, throat, and hand sheathed in metal, eyes hidden behind his white hand, and in his hand pressed still against Arya's. Cold with sweat, but no one had raised the huge and cried. The step was open and empty. Inside half 100 prayer candles burned in a fervent silence. Arya figured the gods would never miss two. She stuffed them up her sleeves and left by a back window, sneaking back to the hall where she had cornered the honored tune was easy. But after that she got lost. She crawled in and out of window, up over walls, and felt her way through that cellar quite as a shadow. Once she heard a woman weeping. It took her more than an hour to find the low and narrow window that slanted down to the dungeon where the monster waited. She tossed her bundle through and doubled back to light her candle. That was Chansey. The fire she did remember seeing had burned down to embed, and she heard voice as she was blowing on the coal, cupping her finger around the flickering candle. She went at the window as they were coming in the door, without ever getting a glimpse of who it was. This time the monster did not frighten her. They seemed almost old friend, and Arya held the candle over her head with each step she took. The shadow moved against the wall as if they were turning to watch her pass dragon. She whispered. She slid needle out from under her claw. The slender blade seems very small and the dragon very big, yet somehow Arya felt better with steel in her hand. The long windowless hall beyond the door was as black as she remembered. She held needle in her left hand, a sword arm. The candle in her right fist hot was ran down across her knuckles. The entrance to the well had been to the left, so Arya went right. Part of her wanted to run, but she was afraid of snuffing at her candle. She heard the faint squealing of rats and glimpsed a pair of tiny glowing eyes on the edge of the light. But rats did not scare her. Other things did. It would be so easy to hide here as she had hidden from the wizard and the man with the fork bear. She could almost see the stone boy standing against the wall, his hand caught into claw with the blood still with the fork bed. She could almost see the dripping from the deep gash in his palm when needle had cut in. He might be waiting to grab her as she passed. He would see her candle coming a long way off. Maybe she would be better off without the light. Fear cut deep than sword. The quiet voice inside her whispered suddenly, Arya, remember the creek at Winterfell. There were a lot of scarier than this place. She told us, this is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ipesa, A Game of Thrones. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ipesa, A Game of Thrones. Book of A Song of Ice and Fire. George R.R. Martin said she didn't be just a little girl the first time she saw them. Her brother Rob had taken them down. Her and Sansa and baby Brad, who been no bigger than Rickon was now. They did only add one candle between them, and Brand's eyes has gotten as big as Sansa as scarcer as he started at the stone face of the kings of winter, with their wolves at their feet, and their iron sword across their laps. Rob took them all the way down to the end, past grandfather and Brandon and Liner, to show them their own tomb. Sansa kept looking at the stubborn little candle, anxious that it might go out. Old Nan had told her there were spiders down there, and rats as big as a dog. Rob smiled when she said that. There are worse things than spider and rat. He whispered, "This is where the dead walk." That is what when they heard the sand low and deep and shivering. Baby Brown had clutched at Arya's hand when the spirit stepped out of the open tomb, pale white mourning for blood. Sansa ran shrinking for the stairs, and Bran wrapped himself around Rob's leg. Sobbing, Arya stood her ground and gave the spirit a punch. It was only John, covered with floor. "You stupid," she told him. "You scared the babe." But John and Rob just laughed. And pretty soon Bran and Arya were laughing too. The memory made Arya smile, and after that, the darkness had no more terror for her. The stubborn boy was there. She did kill him. And if he jumped at her, she'd kill him again. She was going home. Everything would be better once she was home again, safe behind Winterfell grey granite wall. Her footsteps sent soft echoes hurrying ahead of her as Arya plugged deeper into the darkness. Next, Sansa. They came for Sansa on the third day. She chose a simple dress of dark grey wool, plainly cut but richly embroidered around the collar and sleeves. Her finger felt thick and clumsy as she struggled with the silver fastening without the benefit of servant. Jey Poole had been confirmed with her, but Jane was useless. Her face was puffy from all her crying, and she could not seem to stop sobbing about her father. "I am certain your father is well," Sansa told her when she had finally gotten the dress button right. "I will ask the queen to let you see him." She thought that kindness might lift Jane's spirit, but the other girl just looked at her with red, swollen eyes and began to cry all the harder. She was such a child. Sansa had wept too. The first day, even within the stout wall of Megon, held fast with the door closed and barred, it was hard not to be terrified when the killing began. She had grown up to the sound of steel in the yard, and scarcely a day of her life had passed without hearing the clash of sword on sword. Yet, somehow, knowing that the fighting was real made all the difference in the world. She heard it as she had never heard it before, and there were older sounds as well, grant of pain, angry calls shout for help, and the moans of wounded and dying men. In the song, the night never screamed nor begged for mercy, so she wept, pleading through her door for them to tell her what was happening, calling for her father, for scepter modern, for the king, for her gallant prince. If the men guarding her head are pleased, they gave no answer. The only time the door opened was late that night, when they thrust Jane Poole inside, bruised and shaking. "They are killing everyone," the steward daughter had struck at her. She went on and on. The horn had broken down her door with a war hammer. She said there were bodies on the stairs of the tower of the hand, and the steps were slick with blood. Sansa dried her own tears as she struggled to comfort her friend. They went to sleep in the same bed, cradled in each other's arms like sisters. The second day was even worse. The room where Sansa had been confirmed was at the top of the highest tower of Magon. Holdfast. From its window she could see that the heavy iron portcullis in the gatehouse was down, and the drawbridge drawn up over the deep dry moat that separated the keep within a keep from the larger castle that surrounded it. Lannister guardsmen prowled the walls with spear and crossbow to hand. The fighting was over, and the silence of the grave had settled over the Red Keep. The only sound were Jane Paul's endless whisper and sob. They were fed, had cheese and fresh baked bread and meat to break their fast, roast chicken and grains at midday, and a late supper of beef and belly stew. But the servant who brought this meal would not answer Sansa's question. That evening some women brought the cloths from the tower of the hand, and some Jane things as well, but they seemed nearly as frightened as Jane's, and when she tried to talk to them, they fled from her as if she had the Great Plague. The guard outside the door still refused to let them leave the room. "Please, I need to speak to the queens again," Sansa told them, as she told everyone she saw that day. "She will want to talk to me. I know she will. Tell her I want to see her, please, if not the queen." Then Prince Joffrey, "If you did be so kind, we are to marry when we are older." At sunset on the second day, a great bell began to ring. Its voice was deep and sonorous, and long, slow clanging filled Sansa with a sense of dread. The ringing went on, and after a while, they heard other bells answering from the great sept of Bellum on Visenya Hill. The sound rumbled across the city like thunder warning of the storm to come. "What is it?" Jaime asked, covering her ears. "Why are they ringing the bells? The king is dead." Sansa could not say how she knew it, yet she did. The slow, endless clanging filled their room, as mournful as a dirge. Had some enemy stormed the castle and murdered King Robert? Was the meaning of the fighting they had heard? She went to sleep, wondering, restless and fearful. Was her beautiful Joffrey the king now, or had they killed him too? She was afraid for him, and for her father, if only they would tell her what was happening. That night Sansa dreamed of Joffrey on the throne, with herself seated beside him in a gown of woven gold. She had a crown on her head, and everyone she had ever known came before her to bend the knees and say their courtesy. The next morning, in the morning of the third day, Sir Boron, blood of the king's guard, came to escort her to the queen. Sir Boron was an ugly man with a broad chest and short, baggy legs. His nose was flat, his cheek baggy with jaws, his hair grey and bright brittle. Today he wore white velvet, and his snowy claw was fastened with a lion brush. The beast had the soft chin of gold, and his eyes were teeny rubies. "You look very handsome and splendid this morning, Sir Boron," Sansa told him. A lady remembered her courtesy, and she was resolved to be a lady no matter what. "And you, my lady," Sir Boron said in a flat voice, "Her grace awaits. Come with me." There were guards outside her door, Lannister men at arms in crimson cloth and lion-crested helms. Sansa made herself smile at them pleasantly and bid them a good morning as she passed. It was the first time she had been allowed outside the chamber since Sir Arya Oakheart had led her there 2 mornings past. "To keep you safe, my sweet one," Queen Sansa had told her, "Joffrey would never forgive me if anything happened to his precious." Sansa had expected that Sir Boron would escort her to the royal apartment, but instead he led her out of Magon hold fast. The bridge was down. Again, some workmen were lowering a man on ropes into the depth of the dry mud. When Sansa stared down, she saw a body impaled on the huge iron spear below. She averted her eyes quickly, afraid to act, afraid to look too low, afraid that it might be someone she knew. They found Queen Sansa in the council chamber, seated at the end of a long table littered with papers, candles, and block of sealing wax. The room was as splendid as any that Sansa had ever seen. She stared in away at the carved wooden screen and the twin spines that sat beside the door. Your Grace, Sir Barons said when they were ushered inside by another of the King's Guard. Sir Murdoch of the curiously dead face. I have brought the girl Sansa had hoped Joffrey might be with her. Our prince was not there, but three of the king's councillors, where Lord Percy Baelish sat on the queen's left hand, Grandmaster Percy at the end of the table, while Lord Varys hove over them, smiling, flowering. All of them were clad in black. She realized with a feeling of dread. Morning cloth, the queen wore a high collar blade silk gown with a under dark red ruby sewn into her bodice, covering her from neck to bosom. They were cut in shape of teardrop as if the queen were weeping blood. Sansa smiled to see her. Sansa thought it was the sweetest and saddest smile she had ever seen. Sansa, my sweet child, she said, I know you have been asking for me. I am sorry that I could not send for you sooner. Matters have been very unsettled, and I have no harm a moment. I trust my people have been taking good care of you. Everyone has been very sweet and pleasant. Your Grace, thank you ever so much for asking. Sansa said politely, only when no one will talk to us or tell us what happened. Us, Sansa says, pulls. We put the steward girl in with her. Sir Boron said we did not know what else to do with her. The queen's frown. Next time you will ask, she said, her voice sharp. The gods only know what sort of taste she's been filling Sansa's head with. Jane scared. Sansa said she would not stop crying. I promise. I promised her I didn't ask if she could see her father. Old Grandmaster Percy lowered his eyes. Her father is well, is not he? Sansa said anxiously. She knew they had been fighting, but surely no one would harm a steward. The young poet did not even wear a sword. When Sansa looked Leopold did not even wear a sword. When Sansa looked at each of the councillor in turn, I would not have Sansa frightened needless. What shall we do with this little friend of ours? My lord, Lord Percy, lean forward. I will find a place for her, not in the city. Said the queen, do you take me for a fool? The queen ignored that. Sir Boros escorted this girl to Lord Percy's apartment and instruct his people to keep her there until he comes for her. Tell her that Littlefinger will be taking her to see her father. That ought to calm her down. I want her to come before Sansa returns to her chamber. As you command, your grace, Sir Boron said. He bowed deeply, sprung on his heel, and took his leave. His long white claw stirring the air behind him. Sansa was confused. I did not understand. She said, where is Jane, father? Why can't Sir Boros take her to him instead of Lord Percy? Having to do it, she had promised herself she would be a lady, gentle as the queen and as strong as her mother, the lady captain. But all of a sudden, she was scared. She was scared again. For a second, she thought she might cry. Where are you sending her? She has not done anything wrong. She's a good girl. She's upset you, the queen said gently. We cannot be having that. Not another word. Now, Lord Barish will see that Jane will take care of. I promise you. She patted the chair beside her. Sit down, Sansa. I want to talk to you. Sansa seated herself beside the queen. Sansa smiled again, but that did not make her feel any less anxious. Very was wringing his short arm together. Grandmaster Percy kept his sleepy eyes on the paper in front of him, but she could feel little fingers stirring. Something about the way the small man looked at her made Sansa feel as though she had no cloth on. Ghosts bumped people her skin. Sweet Sansa, Queen Sansa said, laying a soft hand on her wrist. Such as beautiful child. I do hope you know how much Joffrey and I love you. You do, Sansa said, breathless. Littlefinger was forgotten. Her prize loved her. Her prince loved her. Nothing else matters. The queen smiled. I think of you almost as my own daughter, and I know the love you bear for Joffrey. She gave a weary shake of her head. I am afraid we have some grave news about your Lord Father. You must be brave. Child, a quiet word gave Sansa a chill. What is it? Your father is a traitor, dear lady. Varys said. Grandmaster. Percy lifted his ancient head. With my own ears, I heard Lord Eddard swear to our beloved King Robert that he would protect the young prince as if they were his own son. And yet, the moment the king was dead, he called the small council together to steal Prince Joffrey's rightful throne. No, Sansa blunted. He would not do that. He would not. The queen picked up a letter. The paper was torn and stiff with dry blood, but the broken seal was her father's. The dire wolf stamp in the pale wax. We found this on the captain of your household guard. Sansa, it is a letter to my late husband, Brother Stannis, inviting him to make the crown. Please, your grace, there has been a mistake. Sudden panic made her dizzy and faint. Please send for my father, he will tell you. He would never write such a letter. The king was his friend. Robert thought so, said the queen. This betrayal would have broken his heart. The gods are kind that he did not live to see it. She sighed, Sansa sweating. You must see what a dreadful position this has left us in. You are innocent of any wrong. We all know that, and yet you are the daughters of a traitor. How can I allow you to marry my son? But I love him. Sansa wailed, confused and frightened. What did they meant to do to her? What had they done to her father? It was not supposed to happen this way. She had to wed Joffrey, the betrothed. He was promised to her. She had even dreamed about it. It was not fair to take him away from her on account of whatever her father might have done. How will I know that, child? Sansa said, our boy is so kind and sweet. Why else should you have come to me and told me of your father plans to send you away from us? If not for love, it was for love. Sansa said in a rush. Father would not even give me leave to say farewell. She was the good girl, the obedient girl, but she had felt as wicked as Arya that morning, sneaking away from Septa Mother, defying her Lord Father. She had never done anything so willful before, and she would never have done it then if she had not loved Joffrey as much as she did. He was going to take me back to Winterfell and marry me to some edge knight, even though it was Joff I wanted. I told him that he would not listen. The kings had been our last hope. The kings could command father to let her stay in King's Landing and marry Prince Joffrey. Sansa knew he could, but the kings had always frightened her. He was loud and rough voiced and drunk as often as not, and he would probably have just sent her back to Lord Edgar if they even let her see him. So she went to the queen instead and poured her heart, and Caesar had listened and thanked her sweetly. Only then Sir Arias had escorted her to the high room in Magon, hold fast, and posted guards, and a few hours late. The fighting had begun outside. Please, she finished. You have to let me marry Geoffrey. I will be ever good. I will ever be a good wife to him. You will see. I will be a queen just like you. I promise, queen. Caesar looked to the other. My lord of the council, what do you say to her, please? The poor child murmured Varus, a love so true and innocent. Your grace, it would be cruel to deny it, and yet what can we do? Our father stand condemned. He sought and watched each other in his gesture of helpless distress. A child born of traitor, seed we find that betrayer comes naturally to her, said Grandmaster Percy. She is a sweet thing now, but in 10 years, who can say what treason she may hatch? No, Sasa said, horrified. I did never. I would not betray Geoffrey. I love him, I swear it. I do. Oh, so pignard, said Varys, and yet it is truly said that blood runs through that oath. She reminded me of the mother, not the father. Lord Percy barely said, quietly, look at her, the hair, the eyes. She is the very image of Cat at the same age. The queen looked at her, troubled, and yet Sansa could see kindness in her clear green eye. Child, she said, if I could truly believe that you were not like your father, why nothing should please me more than to see you wed to my Geoffrey. I know he loves you with all his heart. She sighed, and yet I fear that Lord Varys and the Grand Master have the right of it. The blood will tell. I have only to remember how your sister set her wolf in my son. I am not like Arya. Sansa blotted. She has the traitor blood, not me. I am good. Ask Septa Mother. She will tell you I only want to be Geoffrey's loyal and loving wife. She felt the weight of Sansa's eyes as the queen studied her face. I believe you mean it, child. She turned to face the other. My lord, it seems to me that if the rest of our king were to remain loyal in this terrible time, that would go a long way towards laying our fears to rest. Grandmaster Percy stroked his huge soft beard, his wide brown furrowed in thought. Lord Edda has 3 sons, mere boys. Lord Percy said with a shrug, I should be more concerned with Lady Catelyn and the Tolly. The queen took Sansa's hand in both of hers. Said, child, do you know your letter? Sansa nodded nervously. She could read and write better than any of her brothers. Although she was hopeless at some, I am pleased to hear that. Perhaps there is hope for you and Geoffrey still. What do you want me to do? You must write your lady mother and your brother, the eldest. What is his name? Rob. Sansa said, the word of your lord, father, treason, will know that reach them soon. Better that it would come from you. You must tell them how Lord Eddard betrayed his king. Sansa wanted Geoffrey desperately, but she did not think she had the courage to do as the queen was asking. But I did not. Your grace, I would not know what to say. The queen patted her hand. We will tell you what to write. Child, the important thing is that you urge Ladies Catelyn and your brother to keep the king's peace. It will go hard for them if they do not, said Grandmaster Percy. By the love you bear them, you must urge them to walk the path of wisdom. Your lady mother will know that fear for the dreadfully the queen said. You must tell her that you are well and in her care. that we are treating you gently and saying to your everyone, bid them to come to King's Landing and pledge their fealty to Joffrey when he takes his throne. If they do that, why when we shall know that there is no stain in your blood, and when you come into the flower of your womanhood, you shall wed the king in great set of battle before the eyes of the gods and men. Wed the king, the one made our bread and come faster. Yet still Sansa hesitated. Perhaps if I might see my father, talk to him about treason. Lord, where heated you disappoint me. Sansa the queen said, with eyes gone hard as stone, we have told you of your father, crying. If you are truly as loyal as you say, why should you want to see him? I only mean. Sansa felt her eyes grown wet. He's not pleased. He has not been hurt or Lord Eddard has not been harmed. The queen said, but what is to become of him? That is a matter for the king to decide. Grandmaster Percy announced pedrously. The king. Sansa blinked back her tears. Joffrey was the king's now. She thought her gallant prince would never hurt her father, no matter what he might have done. If she went to him and pleaded for mercy, she was certain he did listen. He had to listen. He loved her. Even the queen said so. Joffrey would need to punish father. The Lord would expect it, that perhaps he could send him back to Winterfell or exile him to one of the free cities across the narrow sea. It would only have to be for a few years. By then, she and Joffrey would be married. Once she was queen, she could persuade Joffrey to bring father back and grant him a pardon, only if mother or Robb did anything treasonous, called the banner or refused to swear fealty or anything. It would all go wrong. As Joffrey was good and kind, she knew it in her heart, but a king had to be stern with rebels. She had to make them understand she had to. I write the letter, Sansa told them, with a smile as warm as the sunrise. Cersei Lannister leaned close and kissed her gently on the cheek. I knew you would. Joffrey will be so proud when I tell him what courage and good sense you have shown here today. In the end, she wrote 4 letters to her mother, the Lady Catelyn Stark, and to her brother at Winterfell, and to her aunt and her grandfather as well, Lady Lysa Arryn of the Irish, and Lord Oster Tully of Riverrun. By the time she had done, her fingers were cramped and stiff-stained with ink. Very hard, her father see. She worn the pale white beeswax over a candle, poured it carefully and washed as the eunuch stamped each letter with the dire wolves of Stark. Jane Poole and all her things were gone when Sir Madon Moore returned Sansa to the High Tower of. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ipesa, A Game of Thrones. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ipesa, A Game of Thrones. Book of A Song of Ice and Fire, George R.R. Martin. Margot, hold fast. No more weeping, she thought gratefully. Yet somehow it seems colder with Jane gone. Even after she did build a fire, she pulled a chair close to the heat, took down one of her favorite books, and lost herself in the stories of Florian and Jaqen, of Lady Shela and the Rainbow Knight, of Valiant Prince Aemon and his doomed love for his brother Queen. It was not until later that night, as she was drifting off to sleep, that Sansa realized she had forgotten to ask about her sister too. Next, Jon Hodor announced Sir Jaime Ricker beyond a doubt, and this one was Jaffa Flower. He turned the corpse over with his foot and the dead white face stared up at the overcast sky. White blue eyes, yes, Ben Stark men, both of them my uncle men. John thought nobly. He remembered how he'd been pleaded to ride with them. God, I was such a grey boy. If it had taken me, it might be me lying here. Jeff and Wright's wrist ended in a room of torn flesh and splintered bone left by Ghost John. His right hand was floating in a jar of vinegar back in Master Amon's tower. His left hand, still at the end of his arm, was as black as his claw. God has mercy. The old bear muttered. He swung down from his carriage, handing his rein to John. The morning was unnaturally warm. Beads of sweat dotted the Lord Commander broad forehead like dew on a mullet. His horse was nervous, rolling her eyes, backing a wall from the dead men as far as her lead would allow. John led her off a few paces, fighting to keep her from bolting. The horse did not like the feel of this place. For that matter, neither did John. The dogs liked it least of all. Ghost has led the party. Yeah, the path of horns had been useless when Baz, the kennel master, had tried to get them to take the scent from the severed hand. They had gone wild, yelling and barking, fighting to get away. Even now they were snarling and whispering by turns. Pulling at the leash, White Sheet caused them for cause. It's only a wood, John told himself, and they are only dead men. He had seen dead men before. Last night he had dreamed the Winterfell dream again. He was wandering the empty castle, searching for his father, descending into the crypts. Only this time the dream had gone further than before. In the dark he did hear the scrap of stone on stone. When he turned, he saw that the valves were opening, one after the other, as the dead king came stumbling from their cold black grave. John had woken in pitch dark, his heart hammering, even when Ghost slipped up on the bed to nuzzle at his face. He could not shake his deep sense of terror. He dare not go back to sleep. Instead, he had climbed the wall and walked restless until he saw the light of the dawn to the castle. It was only a dread. I am a brother of the night. Watch now, not a frightened boy. Samuel tallied under beneath the trees, half hidden behind the horse. His round fat face was the color of the condom milk, so fat he had not launched off to the wood to return to retch, but he had not so much as glanced at the dead men either. I cannot look, he whispered miserably. You have to look, John told him, keeping his voice low so the other would not hear. Master Amon sent you to be his eyes, didn't he? What good are your eyes if they are shut? Yes, but I am such a coward. John put a hand on Sam's shoulder. We have a dozen rangers with us, and the dogs, even Ghost. No one will hurt you. Sam, go ahead and look. The first look is the hardest. Sam gave a tremulous nod, walking up the corridor with a visible effort. Slowly he swept his head. His eyes wavered, but John held his arm so he could not turn away. Sir Jeremy, the old bear asked gruffly. Ben Stark had 6 men with him when he rode from the wall. Where are the others? Sir Jeremy shook his head. With that I knew. Plainly Mormont was not pleased with that answer. 2 of our brothers bushel almost within sight of the wall. Yet your rangers heard nothing, saw nothing. Is this what the night watch has fallen to? Do we still sweep this wood? Yes, my lord. But do we still mount watches? We do. But this man wear a hunting horn. Mammoth pointed at Hunter. Must I suppose that he died without sounding it? Or have your rangers all gone deaf as well as blind? Sir Jeremy bristled, his face taut with anger. No horn was blown, my lord. All my rangers would have heard it. I do not have sufficient men to mount as many patrols as I should like. And since Benjamin was lost, we have stayed closer to the wall than we were wont to do before. By your own command, the old bear grunted. Yes, well, be that as it may. He made an impatient gesture. Tell me how to die. Squatting beside the dead man, he had manned Jaffa Flower. Sir Jeremy grasped his head by the scalp. The hair came out between his fingers, brittle as straw. The knight caused and shoved at the face with the ease of his hand. A great gash in his side of the corpse, neck open like a mound, crusted with dry blood. Only a few ropes of pale thundered steel attacked the head to the neck. This was done with an axe. Hey, mortal, dying, the old forest, belike the axe that old carried Lord. John could feel his breakfast corning in his belly, but he pressed his lips together and made himself look at the second body. Odo had been a big, ugly man, and he made a big, ugly corpse. No ass was in his evidence. John remembered Odo. He had been the one billowing the body sand as the rangers rode out. His singing they were done. His flesh was blashed white as milk, everywhere but his hand. His hands were black like Jaffa blossom of hand-cracked blood decorated the mortal wound that covered him like a rash. Breast and groin and throat, yet his eyes were still open. They stared up at the sky, blue as sapphire. Sir Jeremy stood. The weldings have asked too. Mammoth rounded on him. So you believe this is mass? Riders walk this close to the wall. Who else, my lord? John could have told him. He knew, they all knew, yet no man of them would say the word. The others are only a story, a tale to make children shiver, if they ever live at all. They are gone 8,000 years. Even the thought made him feel foolish. He was a man grown now, a black brother of the night. Was not the boy who had once sat at old Nas' feet with Browns and Rock and Area. Yet, that commander Mammoth gave a snort. If the Stark had come under widening attack a half day right from Castle Black, he would have returned for more men, chased the killer through all 7 hells, and brought me back their heads, unless he was slain as well. Sir Jeremy insisted the word hunt even now. It had been so long, it seemed folly to cling to the hopes that Ben Stark was still alive. But Jon Snow was nothing if not stubborn. It has been close on half a year since Benjen left us. My lord, Sir Jeremy went on, the forest is vast. The widening might have fallen on him. Anyway, I did wager these two were the last survivor of this party on their way back to us. The enemy caught them before they could reach the safety of the world. The corpses are still fresh. These men cannot have been dead more than a day. No. Samuel Tully squealed. John was startled. Sam Neville's high-pitched voice was the last he would have expected to hear. The fat boy was frightened of the old office, and Sir James was not known for his patience. "I did not ask for your view, boy," Raker said coldly. "Let him speak, sir." John blotted murmur. Eyes flicked from Sam to John and back again. "If the lad has something to say, I will hear him out. Come closer, boy. We cannot see you behind those horses." Sam edged past John and galloped, sweating profusely. "My lord, it cannot be a day or looked. The blood?" "Yes." Mahmoud groaned impatient. "Blood? What of it?" He soiled his small cloth at the sight of it. Cheek shorted out, and the ranger's laugh. Sam mopped at the sweat on his brow. You can see where it goes. John's direwolf, you can see where he tore off that man's hand, and yet the storm has not blinked. Look, he waved the hand. My father-in-law, Randy, he made me wash his dressed animal sometimes when after Sam shook his head from side to side, his chin quivering. Now that he had looked at the bodies, he could not seem to look away. A fresh kill. The blood would still flow, my lord. Later it would become clot like a jelly, thick and he looked as though he was going to be sick. This man looked at the wrist. It's all crusty, dry, like John saw. At once, what Sam melt, he could see the thorns bathed in the dead man's wrist. Iron walls in the pale. Flesh, his blood was a black dust. Yet Jeremy Raker was unconvinced if they did be dead much longer than a day. They did be ripped by now, by they do not even smell. Darwin, the glance of Old Forest, would like to boast that he could smell snow coming on a seat closer to the corpse, and took a swift well. There are no pansy flower, but Emlord has the truth of it. There is no corpse teeth. They are not rotting. Sam pointed his fat finger, shaking only a little. Look, there is no maggot or worm or anything. They have been lying here in wood, but they have not been chewed or eaten by animals. Holy Ghost. Otherwise they are untouched, John said softly. And ghost is different. The dogs and the horses would not go near them. The ranger exchanged glance. They could see it was true. Every man of them murmured frown, glancing from the corpse to the dogs. Check, bring the horns closer. Check, try, causing yank on the leads, giving one animal a lick of his blood. Most of the dogs just whispered and planted their feet. He tried dragging on. The fish resisted, growling and screaming as if to escape her collar. Finally, she urged at him. Chet dropped the list and stumbled backward. The dog leaped over him and bounded off into the tree. This is all wrong, Sam Tully said earnestly. The blood, there is black stain on their cloth, and their flesh dried and hard, but there is none on the ground or anywhere with those. Sam made himself swallow to a deep breath. With those wounds, terrible wounds. There would be good all over shortly. There, Darwin sucked at his wooden teeth. Might be they did not die yet. Might be someone brought M and left M for us. A warning as life. The old four-step pair stand suspiciously, and might be I am a fool, but I do not know that autumn never had no blue eyes before. Sir Jeremy looked sternly. Neither did flower. He blunted, turning to stare at the dead man. A silence fell over the wood. For a moment, all they heard was sound, heavy breathing and the wet sand of dirt suckling on his. John squatted beside Bruce. Burn them! Someone whispered. One of the rangers. John could not have said who. Say yes, burn them. A second voice urged. The old bear gave a stubborn shake of his head. Not yet. I want Master Amon to have a look at them. We will bring them back to the walls. Some command are more easily given than obeyed. They wrap the dead men in cloth, but when Ak and Dimwe ride to the one onto a horse, the animal went mad, screaming and rearing, lashing out with its hoofs, even biting a kettle when he ran to help. The rangers had no better luck with the other guards. Not even the most placing wanted any part of this body. In the end, they were forced to hack off branches and fashion crude slide to carry the corpse back on foot. It was well past midday by the time they started back. I will have this word search. Mahmoud commanded Sir Jeremy as they set out. Every tree, every rock, every bush, every foot of muddy ground within 10 leagues here. Use all the men you have, and if you do not have enough, borrowed hunter and foster from the steward. If Ben and the others are out here, dead or alive, I will have them confirmed. And if there is anyone else in this woods, I will know of it. You are to track them and take them alive if possible. Is that understood? The Lord Commander steward, that was his place. The day was great, dormant, overcast, the son of day that made witchfall, and no wind stirred the wood. The air, all humid and heavy, and John's clothing clung to his skin. It was warm, too warm. The world was weeping copiously. Had been weeping for days, and sometimes John even imagined it was striking. The old man called this weather spirit summer and said it means the season was giving up its ghost at last. After this, the cold could come. The warm and a long summer always met a long winter. This summer had lasted 10 years. John had been a babe in arms when it began. Ghosts ran with them for a time and then vanished among the trees. Without the dire wolves, John felt almost naked. He found himself glancing at every shadow with ease. On bathing, he thought back on the things that old Na used to tell them. When he was a boy at Winterfell, he could almost hear a voice again and the clinking of a needle. In that darkness, the other came riding, she said to dropping her voice. Lower and lower, cold and dead they were. and they hated iron and fire and the touch of the sun. And every living creature with hot blood in its vein hold fast, and cities and kingdom of men all fled before them, as they moved south on paced their horses, leading hosts of the slain. They fed their dead servants on the flesh of human children, when he caught his first glimpse of the world, looming above the top of an ancient snag oak. John was vastly relieved. Mammoth reined up suddenly and turned in his saddle. Talibi barked, "Come here." John saw the star of frighten on Sam's face as he lumbered up on the mare doublet. He thought he was in trouble. "You are far, but you are not stupid, boy," the old bear said gruffly. "You did well back then." "And you, Snow?" Sam blushed a vivid crimson and stripped his own tongue as he tried to stammer out a crazy courtesy. John had to smile. When they emerged from them under this tree, Mammoth squared his taut little garron to a rock. Ghost came striking out from the wood to meet them, licking his chop, his muscle red from prey. High above the men on the wall saw the column. Though approaching, John heard the deep throat call of the watchman. Great horn calling out across the miles, a single long blast that shuddered through the trees and echoes of the ice. Ooh. The second faded slowly to silver. One blast net Rangers returned, and John, though I was the Rangers for one day, at least whatever they come, they cannot take that away from me. Bones Marshall was waiting at the first gate as they led their garron through the ice tunnel. The King Lord Steward was red-faced and agitated. "My lord," he blunted at Mammoth as he swung upon the iron bar. "There being a bed, you must come at once." "What is it?" Mammoth said gruffly. Curiously, Marsh glanced at John before he answered. "Master Amon has the letter. He is waiting in your solar." "Very well." John, "sit to my horse and tell Saint Jemry to put the dead men in a storeroom until the master is ready for them." The Mammoths strode away, grumbling as they led their horses back to the stable. John was uncomfortably answered that people were watching him. Sir Alisa in the yard. Sir Alisa Turner was drilling his boy in the yard, but he broke off his stare at John, a faint half smile on his lip. One army, Donald Noyd stood in the door of the armory. "The gods be with you, Snow." He called out something wrong. John thought sometimes. Staring along the base of the wall, a dark coat service sheet from the ice and used to keep meat and grey rice, sometimes even beer. John saw that moment horse was fed and watered and groomed before he took care of his own. Afterward, he sought out his friend, grinned and told where on wash, but he found pee in the common hall. "What happens?" he asked. Friend, Grain and Toad were on the watch, but he found pee in the common hall. What happened? He asked. P lowered his voice. The king's dead. John was stoned. Robert Baratheon had looked old and fat when he visited Winterfell, yet it's been since. Enough, and there's been no talk of illness. How can you know? Some of the guards overheard gliders reading the letter to Master Aemon. P leaned close. John, I am sorry. He was your father, friend, was not he? They were so close as brother. Once, John wondered if Joffrey would keep his father as the king, and it did not seem likely. That might mean Lord Eldar would return to Winterfell, and his sister as well. He might even be allowed to visit them with Lord Marmot's permission. It would be good to see Arya Grimes again and to talk with his father. I will ask him about my mother. The result, I am a man now. It is past time. He told me, even if she was a wolf, I don't care. I want to know. I heard Egg say the dead men were your uncles. P said, yes. John replied, 2 of the 6 he took with him, they did be dead a long time ago. The police are Queen P was all curiosity. Sam will tell you, John did not want to talk of it. I should see if the old bear has need of me. He walked to the Lord Commander Tower alone, with a curious sense of apprehension. The brother or guard him solemnly as he approached. The old bear in his solar, one of them announced, he was asking for you. John nodded. He should have come straight from the stable of stable. He could climb the tower step briskly. He wants to wine of fire in his heart. That's all he told him when he answered the solar Marmot. Scream at him. Con, the bird shrieked. Con. Don't you believe it? I just fell in. The old bear groaned. He was seated by the window, reading a letter. British me a cup of wine and pour out for yourself. For myself, my lord. Mormont lifted his eyes from the letter to stare at John. There was pity in that look. He poured. He could. There was pity in the look. In the look, he could taste it. You hear me? John poured with exaggerated care, vague aware that he was drowning out the earth. When the cups were filled, he would have no choice but to face whatever was in that leather. Yet all too small, they were filled. Sit Paul. Mormont commanded him. Drink. John remained standing. It is my father, is not it? The old bear tapped the leather with a finger. Your father and the kings he troubled, he numbered. I would not lie to you. It is grievous news. I never thought to see another king, not at my age, with Robert half my head and strong as a bull. He took a gulp of wine. They say the king's love. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ipesa, A Game of Thrones. This is a Lazy Eye audiobook production read by Kenneth Ipesa, A Game of Thrones. Book of A Song of Ice and Fire, George R.R. Martin. To hunt the things we love destroy us every time. Lad, remember that my son loved that young wife of his. Dear woman, if not for her, she would never have thought to sell those potions. John could scarcely have followed what he was saying. My lord, I did not understand what happens to my Lord, my father. I told you to sit. Mammon grumbled. Sit, the raven screamed. And have a drink. Damn you. That's a command. Snow. John, I told you to sit. Mammon grumbled. Sit, the raven screamed. And have a drink. Damn you. That's a command. Snow. John sat and took a sip of wine. Lord Edda has been in prison. He is charged with treason. It is sad he plotted with Robert, brother, to deny the throne to promise to Prince Geoffrey. Not John said at once, that could not be. My father would not never betray the king. Be that as it may, said Mammon, it is not for me to say, not for you, but it is a lie. John insisted, how could they think his father was a traitor? Are they all gone mad? Lord Eddard Stark would never dishonor himself. Would he? He fathered a bastard, a small voice whispered inside him. Where was the honor in that? And your mother, what of her? He will not even speak her name. My lord, what will happen to him? Will they kill him? As to that, I cannot say. Lad, I mean to send a letter to new some of the king's counselor in my youth. Old Percy, Lord Stannis, Sir Barrister, wherever your fathers has done or has not done, he is a great lord. He must be allowed to take the black fire and join us here. God knows we need men of Lord Elder ability. John knew the other men accused of treason had sinned allowed to render their honor on the walls in days past. Why not Lord Elder? His father here that was establishing there was this listing. His father was establishing, and without Geoffrey allow it. Remember the prince at Winterfell, the way he had mocked Robb and Sir Roderick in the yard. John himself, he had scarcely even noticed bastard, yet beneath even contempt. My lord, will the king listen to you? The old bear shrugged. A boy king. I imagine he will listen to his mother. A pity the dwarf is not with them. He is the land uncle and he saw at need where he visited us. It was a bad thing, your lady mother taking him captive. Lady Stark is not my father. John remembered him sharply. My sister, Arya and Sansa, they were with my father, so you know. Percy will make no mention of them, but doubtless they will be treated gently. I will ask about them when I write. Mammon shook his head. This could not have happened at a worse time, if ever the realm needed a strong king. There are dark days and cold nights ahead. I feel it in my bones. He gave John a shriek. Lord, I hope you are not thinking of doing anything stupid, boy. My father John wanted to say that he kissed that Mammon did not want to hear it. His throat was dry. He made himself take another sip of wine. Your duty is here now, the Lord Commander reminded him. You old life and where you took the black. This bed made a recourse each. Black, moment took no notice. Whatever they do in King's Landing is none of our concern. When John did not answer, the old man finished his patience, wine and said, "You are free to go. I have no further need of you today. On the morrow you can help me write the letter." John did not remember standing or leaving the solar. The next he knew, he was descending the tower steps, thinking, this is my father's from my father. How can it get to me? To be none of my concern. Outside, one of the guards looked at him and said, "Be strong, by the gods are cruel." They know John realized why father is no traitor. He had said hoarsely, even the Lord stuck in his throat, as if to choke him. The wind was resting, and it seems colder in the yard than it had when he did go in spirit. Summer was drawing to an end. The rest of the afternoon passed as if it in a dream. John could not have said where he walked, what he did, what he spoke. The wolves might have kept them safe. That lady is dead. Nimrod lost. They are all alone. A north wind had begun to blow. By the time the sun went down, John could hear it skinning against the wall and over the ice battlement as he went to the common hall. For the evening meal, Hope had cooked up a venison stew, thick with bellies, onion, and carrots. When he poured an extra portion onto John's plate and gave him the crispy ease of the bread, he knew that it might. He knows. He looked around. The head saw head turn quickly. I politely averted. They all know his friend railed to him. "We asked the stepson to light a candle for your father." Martha told him, "It is a lie. We all know it is a lie. Even Graham knows it is a lie." P. showing Gray nodded, and Sam claps John's hand. You are my brother now, so he is a lie. Even Gray knows it is a lie. Pig showing his grin nodded, and Sam clapped John's hand. You are my brother now, so he is my father too. The fat boy said, "If you want to go out to the wirewood and pray to the old gods, I will go with you." The wirewood were beyond the wall, yet he knew some means what he said. They are brothers. He thought as much as Rob and Brown and Reckon, and then he heard the laughter, sharp and clear as a shriek, and the voice down the table and kicking the balls from Alisa Ann. She grew with flying everywhere, spattering the brother. Turned recoiled, people were shooting, but John Snow did not hear them. He laughed at Sir Alice's face with the dagger, slashing at those could on his eyes, that Sam drew himself between them. And before John could get around him, P was on his back, clinging like monkey, and Gray grey was gravel. His arm, white-toed, wrenched the knife from the finger. Later, much later, after they had marched his back to his prison, marched his back to his sleeping cell, Mama came down to see him, rubbing on his shoulder. I told you not to do anything stupid. Boy, the old bear said. Boy, the dead chorus mammoth shook his head, disgusted, and to think I had high hopes for you. They took a knife and his sword and told him it was not a mammoth shook his head, disgusting, and to think I had high hopes for you. They took his knife and his sword and told him he was not to leave his cell until the range officer met to decide what was to be done with him. And then they placed a guard outside his door to make certain he obeyed. His friends were not allowed to see him, but the old bear did relent and permit him go. So he was not utterly alone. My father is not traitor. He told the dire wolves when the rest had gone. Ghost looked at him in silence. John slumped against the wall, hand around his knee, and stared at the candle on the table beside his marrow bed. The flame flickered away. The shadow moved around him. The pool room seems to grow darker and colder. I will not sleep tonight, John thought, yet he must have dozing when he woke. His leg was stiff and cramped, and the candle had long since burned, and Ghost stood on his mind legs, scrabbling at the door. John was startled to see how he talks, being grown Ghost. Ghost, what is it? He called softly. The dial of Tom, his head, and had looked down at him, burying his fan in a silent snack. Has he gone mad? John wondered, is it me, Ghost? He murmured, trying not to sound afraid, yet he was trembling violently. When had it gotten to cold? Ghost backed away from the door. There were deep gulps where he had rather the word. John watched him with pointing finger. He grabbed the handle and pulled it inward. The crack of the inks almost made him jump. His guard was proud bonelessly across the narrow step. I looked up at him, even though he was lying on his stomach. His head had been twisted completely around it. Can't be good. Can't be John. Him looking up at him, even though he was lying on his stomach. His head had been twisted completely around. It can be John. Two told him, this is the Lord's command to her. It gathered day and night. This could not keep it a dream. I am having a nightmare. Ghost slid past him and the door. The wolf, starting up the step, stood, looked back at Jones. That was when He heard the soft crack of a boot on stone, the sound of a lash turning. The sound came from above. The Lord commanded him. She saw the knight in his pale armor, head to foot, leg, throat, and arms shattered in metal, eyes hidden behind his high white hand, and his arm crested against her. Sarah in a leather vest with a wooden sword in his hand. Sarah ran. She screamed. The first word of Bravo does not run. He sang as Sir Meryn slashed at him. Siron danced away from his cot. He sticks a blow. In a heartbeat, the advanced blow of the knife, temple, elbow, and throat. The wood ringing against the metal end. Goglet, and Goget Arya stood frozen. Sir Meryn advanced. Siron backed away. He checked the next blow, spanned away from the second, deflected the third. The fourth slice is stick in two, slippery the wood and the sheriff through the leg cord. Sobbing, Arya sprang and ran. She popped through the kitchen and buttering, blind with panic, waving between cook and potboils. We bake a upper step in front of her, holding a wooden tray. Arya bowed her over, scattering fragrant loaves of fresh baked bread on the floor. She heard shouting behind her as she spun around a portly butcher who stood gaping at her with a cleaver in his hand. His arms were red to the elbow. All that Sarah Fore had taught her went racing through her head, swift as a deer, quiet as a shadow, fear cut deeper than sword, quick as a snake, calm as still as water, fear cut deeper than sword, strong as a bear, fierce as a wolverine, fear cut deeper, lost fear cut deeper than sword, fear cut deeper than sword, fear cut deeper than sword. The grip of the wooden sword was slack with sweat, and Arya was breathing hard when she reached the tunnel stair. For an instant she froze, up and down, upward, take her to the covered bridge that spanned the small court to the tower of the arm. But that would be the way they did expect her to go. For certain, never do what they expect. Sarah once said. Arya went down, around and around, leaping over the narrow stone, step and three at a time. She emerged in a cavernous vault cellar, surrounded by cast of 8 stack 20 feet tall. The only light came through narrow slanting windows high in the wall. The cellar was a dead end. There was no way out but the way she had come in. She dared not go back up those stairs, but she could not stay here either. She had to find her father and tell him what had happened. Her father would protect her. Arya thrust her wooden sword through her bed and began to climb, leaping from cache to cast until she could reach the window. Grasping the stone with both hands, she pulled herself up. The wall was 3 feet thick. The window, a tunnel standing up and out. Arya wriggled towards the daylight. When her head reached ground level, she passed across the belly to the tower of the arm. The storm window door was splintered and broken as if by us. The dead man sprang face down. On the step, his claw tangled beneath him. The back of his mail sheet soaked red. The corpse claw was grey wool, trimmed with white satin. She saw with sudden terror. She could not tell who he was. No, she whispered what was happening. Here was her. Father, why had the red claw come for her? She remembered what the man with the yellow bear
head said, the day she had found the monster, if one ant can die, why not the second? Ariel felt tears in her eye. She held her breath to listen. She heard the sound of fighting shout, scream, the clang of steel on steel, coming through the windows of the tower of the ant. She could not go back. Her father, Ariel, closed her eyes. For a moment she was too frightened to move. They had killed Jory and Wade, and Aaron and Ewart, and the guardsmen on the step. However he had been, they could kill her father too. And her father, if they caught her, fear cuts deeper than sword. She said aloud, but it was no good pretending to be a water dancer. Sarah had been a water dancer, and the White Knight had probably killed him. And anyhow, she was only a little girl with a wooden stick. Alone and afraid, she squared out into the yard, glancing around wearily as she climbed to her feet. The castle seemed desert. The Red Keep was never deserted. All the people must be hiding inside their doors. Barry, Ariel glanced up longingly at her bedchamber, then moved away from the tower of the ant, keeping close to the wall as she slid from shadow to shadow. She pretended she was chasing cat, except she was the cat now, and if they caught her, they would kill her. Moving between buildings and over walls, keeping stone to her back, whenever possible, so no one could surprise her. Ariel reached the stable almost without incident. A dozen goat claws in knots and plates ran past as she was edging across the inner belly, but without knowing whose side they were on. She hunched down low in the shadow and let them pass. Only who had been master of us at Winterfell as long as Ariel could remember was long on the ground by the stable door. He had been stabbed so many times. It looked as if his stomach was patterned with scarlet flowers. Ariel was certain he was dead, but when she crept closer, his eyes opened. Ariel underfoot, he whispered, "You must warn your Lord Father." Frothy red spite bubbled from his mouth. The master of us closed his eyes again and said, "No more." He said, "There were more bodies, a groom she had played with, and 3 of her father's household guards. A wagon laden with cracks and chests stood abandoned near the doors of the stable. The dead man must have been loading it for the trip to the dock when they were attacked." Ariel snuck closer. One of the cops was Desmond, who had shown her his long sword and promised to protect her. Father, he lay on his back, staring blindly at the ceiling as flash frowned across his eyes. Close to him was a dead man in the red claw and lion crest hem of the Lannister. Only one taught every Northerners the sword 10 of those sad swords. Desmond had told her, "You liar," she said, kicking his body in his sudden fury. The animals were restless in their stall, whimpering and snorting at the scene of blood. Ariel's only plan was to saddle a horse and flee away from the castle and the city. All she had to do was stay on the King's Road, and it would take her back to Winterfell. She took a bridle and harness of the wall as a cross in the back of the wagon. A falling chest caught her eyes. It must have been knocked down in the fight or dropped as it was being loaded. The wood had split the lid opening to spill the chest contents across the ground. Ariel recognized silk and satin and velvet she never wore. She might need warm cloth on the King's Road, though, and besides, Ariel knelt in the depths among the scattered cloth. She found a heavy woolen cloth, a velvet skirt and a silk tunic, and some small cloth. He dressed her mother and embroidered for her a silver baby bracelet she might sell, showing the broken lid out of the way. She groped inside the chest for needle. She had hidden it way down at the bottom under everything, but her stuff had all been jumbled around when the chest was dropped. For a moment, Aria was afraid someone had found the sword and stolen it. Then her finger felt the hardness of metal under a satin gown. There she is. A voice is close behind her. Startled, Aria, while a stubborn boy stood behind her, a smile on his face, his filthy white undertone peeking up from beneath his soiled jacket. His boots were covered with moisture, and he had a pitchfork in one hand. "Who are you?" she asked. She don't know me," he said, "but I know her." "Are you?" "Oh yes, the wolf girl. Let me saddle a horse." Aria pleaded, reaching back into the chest, groping for needle. "My father, the hand of the king, he will reward you." "Father, then," the boy said. He shuffled towards her. "It's the queen who will be rewarding me. Come here, girl. Stay away." Her finger closed around needle. I say, come." He grabbed her arm, and everything inside of forehead had ever thought her vanished in a heartbeat. In that instant of sudden terror, the only lesson Aria could remember was the one Jon Snow had given her. The very first she stuck in with the pointing hand, driving the blade upward with a wide historical strength. Needle went through his leather jacket and the white flesh of his belly and came out between his shoulder blades. The boy dropped the pitchfork and made a soft noise, something between a gasp and a sigh. His hand closed around the blade. "Oh, God!" he moaned as he undertonic began to redden. "Take it out." When she took it out, he died. The horse were screaming. Aria stood over the body, still and frightened in the face of death. Blood and gush from the boy's mouth as he collapsed, and more was seeping from the sleep in his belly, pulling beneath his body. His palms were cut where he did grab at the blade. She backed away slowly, needle red in her hand. She had to get away someplace far from here, someplace safe away from this stable boy. Accusing eyes, she snatched up the bridle and harnessed again and ran to her mare. But as she lifted the saddle to the horse back, Aria realized with a sudden sick dread that the castle gate would be closed. Even the post doors would likely be guarded. Maybe the guard would not recognize her if they thought she was a boy. Perhaps they did let her. No, they did have order not to let anyone out. It would not matter whether they knew her or not. That there was another way out of the castle. The saddle slipped from Aria's finger and fell to the dirt with a thump and a puff of dust. Could she find the room with the mustard again? She was not certain, yet she knew she had to try. She found the clothing she gathered and slipped into the claw cancer needle beneath its fold. The rest of her things she tied in a row. With the bundle under her arm, she crept to the far end of the stable. Unlatching the back door, she peeked out anxiously. She could hear the distant sound of sword blade and the shivering wail of a man screaming in pain across the belly. She would need to go down. The sapping tent stepped past the small kitchen and the pig yard. That was how she did go last time, chasing the black tomcat. Only that would take her right past the barrack of the Gold Claw. She could not go that way. Aria tried to think of another way. If she crossed to the other side of the castle, she could creep along the river wall and through the little gorsewood. But first she had to cross the yard in a plain view of that on the wall. She had never seen so many men on the walls. Gold Claw, most of them
armed with spear. Some of them knew her by sight. What would they do if they saw her running across the yard? She didn't look so small from up there. Would they be able to tell who she was? Would they care? She had to leave now. She told herself, but when the moment came, she was too frightened to move. Calm as still water, a small voice whispered in her ear. Aria was so startled, she almost dropped her bundle. She looked around widely, but there was no one in the stable but her, and the horse and the dead men. Quite as shadow she heard, was it her own voice or Cyrus? She could not tell, yet someone it calmed her fear. She stepped out of the stable. It was the scariest thing she had ever done. She wanted to run and hide, but she made herself walk across the yard, slowly putting one foot in front of the other she had all the time in the world and no reason to be afraid of anyone. She thought she could feel their eyes like bugs crawling on her skin, under her cloth. Aria never looked up. If she saw them watching, all her courage